everyone, it's me, Gavin Vengeance, and welcome back to the channel. We are finally tackling Chapter 35 in Honkai Impact 3rd. I know I've been putting it off for quite a while, but we've been pretty sick here at my household, and it has been a very rough couple of weeks trying to recover, all that good stuff, so that is why we've been putting it off. That, and I mean just complete lack of time. You guys know how it is. Anyways, I heard that this chapter is not overly important, nothing really big or anything happens in it and everything. I know it's probably not going to be the most entertaining to watch, but we will get into it at the very least, and we will see exactly what Chapter 35 has to hold, or has in store for us. You know what I'm trying to say. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been back in streaming, but anyway. I'm very anxious to check this out. Hey, welcome to the stream, appreciate it. Again, like I said, I know it's probably going to be very uneventful, that's what I'm trying to say, but we'll dive into it all the same, so without further ado, let's get into some Honkai Impact 3rd. Alright, cool. So, I may or not heard or have a couple of feelings about what may happen in the story, so we'll see. I don't know for certain. I haven't watched any cutscenes. I haven't seen anything. Just the general overall reactions that I've heard from people. Probably not the happiest chapter in Honkai's history, which is no surprise considering the fact that, you know, it's Honkai Impact 3rd after all. Let me know about the audio levels if you guys can. Let me know if it's a little too low, all that stuff, because I want you guys to be able to hear it as well as my stellar voice and not my stuttering at all. So, without further ado, Chapter 35, Mission 1, begin. Raven, okay. Wasn't expecting that. I don't know how long this is going to be. From what I hear, it's quite lengthy, so we will see. Everything started here, and it would all end here. Even if the 7 billion people on Earth had not been placed in the same dream at this moment, they'd still look up at the moon together. Since the birth of civilization, the tranquility of the celestial body had projected a noble and extraordinary image into the hearts of the people. But in all fairness, it was a form of aloof beauty created by just the right distance. Now, the throne forged by the sacrifice of the ages sat in the dark sky above this wasteland. Only it no longer ruled over everything. It was just a manifestation of the usurper's divinity. Alright. The man's tone remained the same after hearing everything. That was most unusual. Prometheus? Upon noticing this, the AI started to scan to determine if it missed something earlier. Otherwise, why would the man remain so indifferent after hearing about the Bubble Universe's history and Dr. May's dying wish? The man was free of his ignorance, but his reaction made no sense. Don't you have anything else to say? No. Project Stigma will bring nothing but harm to you. Get away while you can. What about you? Leave the proper world. It's the only way you'll have a future. The man could only repeat the same old platitudes in his usual tone. The promises of the past held so many memories that he didn't know where to start. But even so, he did not wish to be too insincere to this friend of his whom he'd killed with his own hands. Anyway, thank you for telling me everything. I don't understand. Dr. May said you were a lonely boy. Ain't that the truth? But as I see it, you're further from the definition of human than I am. It is not difficult for me to accept a conclusion. Since May thought the future herschers would be able to carry the future of mankind on their shoulders, I am willing to do my best and give them far more than half a day. But all you've done is watch with indifference. In a familiar yet unknown world, a long and hopeless struggle against something beyond reach. This is too cruel, and shouldn't be shouldered by a group of young people. Are you referring to them or us? Obviously, the man was never one to ridicule others with words. But his question did put off Prometheus from speaking more. Indeed, even if those young girls were in a battle that would take thousands of years to make a difference, it was nothing special or worth mentioning. The man had experienced the same. There is nothing new under the sun. But the cruelest part isn't in the past, rather, it's all that's yet to come. Dude, hair's design still, come on, Cecilia, really? Top tier, dude. So damn good. She had remained silent since she arrived, but she finally spoke. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't silent on purpose. Her gaze drifted to Prometheus before she casually looked away. I just wish she could realize it herself, just like right now. It's essential to humanity, of course, but it is also sorely needed by the plan you've entrusted to me. The man offered no response, but he realized that she was here for more than telling him about the past. We may not have solid evidence, but even if this plan fully codifies space, it's not a permanent solution, right? Huh? Me from the proper world. It is a guess born from her her destiny, not identity. Based on the cocoon of Finality's nature, it would never choose someone to become the herscher Finality of its own accord. It was the fear of herschers born in random ways that made the people of the past design the will of Honkai in the new age. I swear I will get my English down pat, guys. No. Now, the will of Honkai is gone, and the way you got hold of the power of Finality from the cocoon was not much different from stealing. Thief! So, the artificial life paused for a moment. Regardless, she has just started trying to analyze herself as humans do. She may be able to detect the man's current desire, but she found it difficult to understand. So, Project Stigma may never truly succeed. As someone who can control the power of Finality with your own will and on your own terms, you must shoulder it forever and keep it from failing. As it should be. Yes, I understand. It's the only right way for you. She gazed at the man who returned to the throne in silence and sighed in sympathy. In his journey of 50,000 years, he had fulfilled every one of his promises. He defeated Honkai with the body of a man, and as a sinner, he shouldered the ideal of deliverance one last time. And a man like this? Do you seek death too? Or perhaps, while you do not have such a wish, you are just like how I used to be. When faced with the world you see now, death is the only mercy. She sacrificed everything for the future of mankind. But I haven't. Seems like we've come to the right place, Kevin. Now, I've returned the name Hare to the world serpent, and I'm willing to be held accountable for killing you. Do you think you can succeed? Of course not. I only spoke about being held accountable. But the power you possess, it is equivalent to the despair you've experienced. Someone is trying to kill me. Their chances may be minuscule, but if they do persist, they still may have a chance. When that time comes, I'll be defeated despite giving it my all. I hope you will embrace these feelings and feel a little better. That won't be necessary. Of course, you're not wrong. Rather than eradicating Honkai, all I did was imprison it. Imprison it? Imprison it. But I will ensure that it stays that way until the death of the planet. Even if you must live alone forever in this world that is utterly empty to you. And due to the authority of Finality, you're practically doomed to never experience what your comrade did and find a new purpose of life. We have no other choice. As for a new purpose of life, I don't need that. He's dead set in his ways. He's not gonna falter at all in his ideals like that. That's just it. He wants to enact Project Stigma, and there's nothing changing in his mind, and that's just it. Indeed, even without something like that, you still got this far, didn't you? It's time for us to go, number 17. Now? Many things beyond her understanding had occurred here and now, yet she intended to leave immediately upon revealing her desire to kill. Kevin needs his bed, yeah, possibly. As a being born from code, she still found it quite difficult to use her own words and explain how humans broke promises. Yes, even I find it hard to believe, but that's what things have turned out to be. You and I. We may not be humans yet, but we have their freedom. We can live and die on our own terms. Fighting one's fate used to be a human privilege, but he has become someone who knew their own fate yet still devoted themselves to it. As always, she became unresponsive once more. Now, stop trying to define him. If a title is necessary, I think hero may be the only choice. That's stroking his ego a little bit there, Miss Lena. I don't know. I am not qualified to challenge such a hero. The mechanical girl provided no response. As far as she was concerned, it would take a long time to assimilate the hearts of these ambiguous yet extremely determined people. After a short delay, she followed Miss Lynn's signal and walked to the edge of the huge throne. Through the ability to travel freely between the Stigma space and reality, an open door emerged, one connected to the upcoming journey of the two humans. But before that, number 17? Slap! She watched with surprise as Prometheus abruptly turned around back to the man. She reached out her hand and slaps the godlike being with her pitiable strength. Even if he wasn't a real god, it was an action too bold for an AI and absolutely contrary to reason. And naturally, in vain. You should shed at least one tear for her. This is for the anger I feel as her friend. She knew that she'd never get an answer. Even if the man had once woken up crying late at night, it would be from too long ago. His sorrow had been tempered by time and was no longer capable of being shown like a normal person would. She was no fool and was aware of everything. But that was also why the slap was necessary. Just straight up was like, you know what, man? Least you can do is shed one tear for us. Come on, man. You not realize what you're putting us through? After long silence, Prometheus finally took back her hand. She made a final display of disappointment by turning her back on him quietly. That'll show him. The man remained silent and simply watched as both visitors leave. For someone of his power, he was being quite lenient today. But it was a fact. The man was no king or god. He was Kevin. A long time passed before footsteps were heard again. Given the nature of this place, there might be too many guests here today. Every step she took was done with care, but she still made some unexpected noise when arriving in front of Kevin. She accidentally stepped on some spikes of ice when she got near Kevin. Perhaps it was impossible for anyone to guess what they were, but it seemed like they just fell onto the ground not too long ago. It brought back memories of the time she performed with tempered glass, known as Rupert's tears for the children. So the icicles on the ground were Kevin's tears, possibly, or somebody else's tears? I don't know. Raven. It seems you're still unaware. Actually, he didn't move, so maybe it was the tears. Would it be Prometheus' tears or Missilin's? I don't know. It seems you're still unaware. Well, such trivial things are beyond you. Grey Serpent has expelled me from the World Serpent. It's alright. The World Serpent will be meaningless once this is all over. I understand, but when betrayal occurs right before your eyes, I cannot assume that I can just leave without saying anything. It was my own decision. I plan to stay with the children in New Atra until they can return to Earth. We may not be colleagues anymore, but because it's about the children, Hair still helped me get to the moon. She stopped here. In her opinion, such behavior is self-evident for someone so fickle. I see. What you believe in is completely different from what it used to be. Feel free to hedge your bets. You know I won't stop you. But sire, if I had truly believed in something, then I wouldn't be where I am now. I'm just setting an example for the children. Birds fly because they want to fly. It's a destiny they carved for themselves. At the very least, they should see their teacher practicing what they preach. But you know the truth, or what you know it isn't the truth. Indeed, there's no reason why birds fly. It's merely because they are born that way. But the naked truth is not what we should leave behind for the future generations. A little bit of lying never hurt anybody, right? Rather, our responsibility is to explain the dreams of these truths, right? Even if it is all fiction, it still has the power of its own. I hope so too. That's what I told you then, right? Yeah. She never imagined the man would remember every word from their previous conversation. But if she could somehow find out that the answer to her question about flying was something the man had sought for thousands of years, her surprise would be even more dramatic. You could take them anywhere you want. No one will stop you again. But, Raven, we mentioned two possibilities, and neither of them are realized yet. He started to walk with a distant expression. It seemed he planned to go for a short trip. At this point, the former World Serpent agent finally came to understand why their sire chose to sit here. Why he stayed away from all inhabited planets. This is... The shadow cast by the man at this moment appeared corporeal, and the bizarre phenomenon within it would definitely bring shock to any first-time witness. Finality. Even if this abstract concept to most did somehow appear before people, it was still hardly understood. As for the human species, what could be seen but couldn't be understood was the most terrifying. Raven, it's easy to forget something when we talk about flying. Icarus once soared into the sky too, and he flew into the sun and his wings burned up, so I mean, that's really not the... Maybe that's what he's trying to get at? I don't know. The sun was right within his reach! I know the story of Icarus. Youch! Forgive me. I must insist on declining. Don't worry. Just come give it a try. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. We're almost there. Yeah. Susheng-sama is flying so... It's so exciting! Actually, we've arrived, Susheng-sama. We've been going around in circles since you urged me to fly with the God's Bane one last time. Or the last time. Huh? Upon being reminded, the young girl finally stopped flying and started a rapid descent. And for her companion, she placed the last straw, which led to air sickness. Again, I don't know if the volume is loud enough, guys, so if anybody has any complaints, let me know, please. Alright, we're here, Susanna. Leave her to me, Susheng-sama. In striking contrast to the quaint mountain houses, I was going to say horses' houses, the Shixel transport ship was hovering in mid-air near the landing point. And Rita Rosweiss awaited the arrival of her companions with her usual grace. It's alright. There are comprehensive medical facilities on the Hestia, and all she needs is some rest. So this is... It's nothing. Susanna just overestimated her ability to adapt. It was her habitual elegance and her wish to teach her team member a lesson that prevented her to lecture the abettor. Since Durandal and Teresa started anchoring the world, reclaiming lost ground had become quite meaningful. The Valkyries had been constantly working on liberating the land. And in charge of this area was the reasonable yet slightly odd Shixel squad. Anyway, let's go on with our mission. She'll get well very soon. How about I fly her back first? It won't take too long anyway. Please spare her the trouble. Also, according to our initial recon intel, our mission isn't very difficult. Hello, welcome to the stream. It can be done by the time I get back. Indeed, traveling in a ship is much more comfortable for a B-rank Valkyrie too. Yeah, it's gonna be, I'm gonna try to get through as much as I can. Again, I've heard that this chapter is very long. I also heard that there's not really a whole lot that happens in it, like there's very uneventful things, so I mean, I know it's probably gonna be a little bit boring. Oh, alright. I'm gonna try my best. Anyway. She seemed to have finally realized her mistake and started to awkwardly change the topic. This really is Mount Taichuan, huh? Ah. Game volume is very low? Thank you. That's what I was waiting for. I appreciate it. Can I change that right now? Probably not. I will do it on this end then. Let's see if I can do it in OBS. Let's do this. Let me know if that helped. I don't know if it did or not, but hopefully it did. And if not, then I'll just change it in the games. Actually, you know where I can change it? I know exactly what I can do. Let's change it over here. Let me know how that sounds, and if it's too loud or not. Please, thank you. Alright, let's go. So, is our mission just to annihilate all the monsters in the vicinity? Basically, yes. But, to be exact, better? Is it good? Does it need to be a bit higher, a bit lower? Let me know. We will tweak things and we will make it the most enjoyable experience possible. Annihilating these monsters that abide by Project Stigma's will and constantly codify space will only delay the codification process, but it cannot truly reclaim this place. As for the key to resolving the problem, it's actually Susheng-sama's aptitude as a Stigma Awakened. Me? Yes. Through your ability to expand space within Project Stigma, we can impair the codification of those monsters when we kill them. So, Cosmic Juggernaut can locate and anchor itself to this place with ease. A little higher? Okay, gotcha. I have it lowered in Windows because it can be a little bit overbearing sometimes. I'll do that. That should be roughly around where you need it, I think. Once we've completed that step, Project Stigma will be powerless in these lands. But thank you very much for pointing that out, I appreciate it. Oh, is this the kind of description I always see in Valkyrie reports? Industrialization or automation? It isn't far from the truth, though. Anyway, it seems our job is no different from when we were in the Deep or Saint Freya. So, let's start with what's in front of us. So Saint Freya would have ended up just like this if we hadn't acted fast. I wonder what I have my actual volume set to, because I know I did do it a little bit. Okay, so it's set to 20%. I'll leave it as is for now, and I think it should be good. No, or rather, Kiana and the others saved Saint Freya from a situation far worse than this. Anyway, are Kiana and the others really alright? Yeah, this is one of the synonymous games with having very high volume, I find. Please put your trust in them. They've gone through far worse. What about Great Master? I don't think we need to worry about her. Yes, and Zila is helping us too. I still find it funny how they pronounce Zila in Honkai Star Rail in the English dub. It's so weird. Yeah, really though. Sushang is probably, I'd say, right up there with Durandal in terms of my favorite Valkyries. Let me guess, now combat is incredibly loud, right? Oh, baby. It's nice to see how all the events of this chapter are going to unfold, I'll say that much. And again, I'm expecting things. I haven't been spoiled on anything, so that's very fortunate. But I have my own guesses, I guess. I gotcha. I still pronounce it Sele because that's how they pronounce it in the Japanese dub, I believe, of this, right? Sele. That's it. Our work in this area is indeed near completion. But I'm afraid we still need a little more time to finish expanding the space to our advantage. Furthermore, we have more important matters to confirm. More important matters? So, it is true. Is anything wrong? For this game? Possibly? I mean, anything could really happen in the future, I guess, right? Mount Taishuan has always been thinly populated, so it's still too early to draw a conclusion. Hey, don't leave me hanging. I mean, after version Kiana, I guess anything is kind of possible. Which again, I still haven't seen anything about, except for like the small little like snippet of gameplay. It looked like it was rendered in a different engine. Possibly. But yeah, I honestly, I don't know anything that happens in this chapter leading up to whatever comes next. So, we'll have to wait and see on that, I guess. We can only speculate. Rita explained to Li Sushang. Such a thing happened? It is not confirmed yet. That is why we should continue the mission, Sushang-sama. I'm really excited for Honkai Star Rail, though, I will say that much. I was in the last beta as well. I've just been trying not to like do as much as I can in the game because I want to keep the experience fresh for when I can actually have my data saved and not abandoned once the beta ends. It just vanished? Is this part of the plan too? I'm not sure. The number of Stigma awakened we have at our disposal has always been limited. Perhaps it's a reasonable situation for someone of your ability. I know what you mean, but I hope things don't get more complicated than they already are. Susanna? That voice? Susanna! What is she doing here? I guess she got over her air sickness. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I think that they're probably gonna end up making it like cross-compatible as well, where you can log in on either the PlayStation or PC and still keep track of the same account. That would be awesome. They did it with Genshin, so I'm sure they probably will with Star Rail as well. Susanna, I knew it was you. Sushang-sama. Oh, Rita-sama's here too. Yes, we're on a combat mission in the area. But weren't you still on the ship? Oh, really? I actually like her voice actress for the English dub. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. I will say that like the first couple of chapters with Bronya involved in it, it's not really like the most, I don't know, top tier voice acting that I've heard ever, but I mean, who knows with time, right? Voice direction can be a very tricky thing. Yeah, I don't know how long I was out. I only saw Alvita taking care of me when I woke up. But are you referring to specifically Bronya or Silver Wolf? Because there's two different versions, right? I'm curious which one you're referring to. She could handle all the work on board, so I hurried off in your direction. Okay, I gotcha. I figured that. Not only did I fail to find anyone, but I also kept running into monsters. I was forced to deal with them while continuing my search. Yeah, Silver Wolf is a little... That's the one that I was kind of referring to as well. It's not the greatest. And Kafka is really good as well, but again, a couple of the opening scenes are very like... ugh. for the voice acting. But it does get better. I will be one of the people to report that it does actually get better as you progress. You're really amazing, Susanna. So, you're the reason. I'm the reason? Sushang-sama? What do you mean? Sushang-sama is saying that after all the setbacks you faced, the speed at which you cleared out imaginary constructs was actually on par with ours. You took the wrong path, but your performance in combat is commendable. Imaginary constructs? Doesn't the manual say they are... Yes, they are quite annoying at times. I've been meaning to say this. You can be more confident in yourself, Susanna. Back then, when I roamed the world, I was more of a rookie than you are now. Don't say that. Sushang-sama, they look like plants, so I thought they were very weak monsters, and that was why... She's so naive. Intentional or not, results never lie. I can see that. I could totally see that. Durano-sama and I will take the strength you've revealed into consideration in your next performance review, and from now on, we'll assign you tasks that truly help you improve. But right now, we should get back to our current mission. Yeah, I really like the dynamic between Susanna and Susheng, and especially that like little side event that we got a while back. And it really showcased their compatibility. Chemistry. There you go. True. Allowing yourself to get excited while traveling the world has dire consequences. I won't be careless. I really do like Susanna's design as well. Again, a little bit reminiscent, in my opinion, to Durandal, which I appreciate. Oh, would you like to show us some of your something or other? I have nothing to show off before Susheng-sama. Okay, so we don't actually get the user yet, which is kind of unfortunate, but eh. I've been pretty much trying to go as free to play as possible going forward. I kind of made it a little promise to myself, I guess, not long ago, to stop spending money on gachas. So as of like, I'd say probably a month ago or so is when I vowed to not like spend anymore. And so far it's been going so good. Jeez, that's great. I really like it when gacha games are very accessible and they don't become too overbearing with like, hey, spend money! Spend money! If you want to progress, you better spend some more money! And the Hoyoverse games are very free-to-play friendly from what I've experienced thus far. Now, I haven't played Tears of Themis or anything like that yet, but with the ones that I have played, they are very free-to-play friendly, which is great, and they are quality. Ah. Yes, I see. Like, I played a lot of other ones that are very impeding in terms of, like, spend money, and I'm still currently playing one that which is very, like, in your face, like, you better spend money if you want to progress. It's not fun. It kind of really deters me from playing those games. Alvider conducted a preliminary survey of the area aboard Hestia. The Mount Taishuan region is returning to normal. Yeah, I gotcha. I know exactly what you mean. However, I will say I've definitely spent more money on Genshin than I have on Honkai. 1000% more on Genshin. However, about what we were discussing earlier, if we are still unable to rescue any residents at this point, then the anomalies that the other troops observed during reclaiming should not be coincidental. Residents? Are you saying... Wait, aren't a few people there? And I will definitely agree that currently, I would probably put Honkai Impact 3rd above Genshin in terms of like story value. But I think that the reason that they're taking their time with Genshin is just because, you know, they're stretching out the story, and I think it is going to have a really great payoff if you're still along for the ride towards the end. And then just the environments and everything. I don't know. I really love Genshin. That was what got me into it. But I'm happy to see what other games are coming up from Hoyoverse. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Thank you. Wait, aren't a few people there? Yes, I've also noticed that as well. The production's gone up big time in terms of like the cutscenes and everything. Please wait, Susheng-sama. Huh? Well, I think that's probably why they're going with version Kiana, right? It seems like they're updating the game engine, which would be fantastic. But for a lot of mobile users, I hope that they're still able to play the game after version Kiana. What? Are they ghosts or something? That lady just walked right through her. Don't worry too much. This is one of the anomalies after all. It's a long story if we go into details. We should report the situation to the Overseer first after this space stabilizes. that's always a problem with updating games anyways, especially when you're going with like a new engine update and everything. It's just you kind of alienate a lot of people that haven't upgraded their devices, unfortunately. But I mean, that just it's something that goes along with, again, you know, the game showing its age and them wanting to keep furthering production on it. So, as unfortunate as it can be for some people, it is exactly unavoidable. I didn't know what that said. Let's take a little quick peek again. Oh no, it erased it. Anywho, 15 minutes later. I guessed right. It really is bad. So, what's the conclusion? For someone like her who found it difficult to understand terms, perhaps skipping the reasoning and going straight to the conclusion would be more effective. Basically, everything we've seen has nothing to do with possession and is closer to a form of mirage. I gotcha. Oh, so that means they are living somewhere else right now. I really enjoyed APHO. Especially like Chapter 2. Ah, man. APHO 2 was so good. Yes. In their own dreams. Which is to say, we've been reclaiming more than the Earth, but we have failed to free more people. Moreover, the greater our battle radius is, the fewer people we can save. I'm with you. I usually play on PC, but if the option's there for mobile, it's really useful because even last year when I went on vacation for a little bit, I was able to log into Honkai and still complete my dailies and stuff like that without actually having to like picking up and moving my entire computer or having to buy a laptop or something too, right? It's convenient, I think, more than anything, especially for anybody that's like really busy. You can just take the game with you on the go, which is very much appreciated. I don't have anything against mobile gaming, especially when it's of this quality as well, right? Like, typical mobile games, not really my forte, but something of this level of quality is, like, it's kind of baffling, in a sense, to be like, holy crap, I can't believe a game of, like, you know, this size and this quality is available for me in a handheld form. It's crazy. Actually, even the projection you witness can only be seen on very rare occasions. I haven't seen a single person in any of the places we've reclaimed. But didn't we just rescue Rita-sama's parents? It's probably because they were living near Shixel HQ. As for the neighboring Naples, the population's natural state of return has dropped to around 50%, causing the locals to start panicking. I probably butchered the name. It is Naples, right? Am I saying that right? Because I know that that's the name of a city, I believe, right? I don't know. In order to appease the people, Shixel was forced to tell them that the Great Eruption has begun, and we are doing our best to fight it. So, they must observe social order and protect their families. Project Stigma is horrible. But you mentioned that some others from World Serpent intended to help us. What about that? The details have been finalized. Also, one other thing about Honkai Star Rail real quick. Dude, Sushang, incredible. I'm so happy that she's also in Star Rail. A different version of her, however. Probably not the same person. If based on the method of communication, it seems like Hare's doing, but if based on the actual assistance provided to us, then it doesn't seem like the work of a single person. Huh? They seem to be intentionally concealing their identity and merely sending numerous blank Stigma space fragments near Cosmic Juggernaut. It's actually just nice to see all the familiar faces in that game, especially Himiko. They seem to have realized that these fragments can improve our efficiency when reclaiming the Earth. Nagamitsu speculates that this may be linked to the Stigma awakened lingering around Nuatra, but it's merely an assumption. In short, those people are still within the dreamland created by Project Stigma, and reclaiming space and bringing people back from the dreamland are two separate things. Yes. Oh, it's no wonder you think we are unlikely to win in this situation. Our plan is progressing steadily. It is possible to take back the Earth. But if new measures aren't taken, all we'll recover is a practically empty Earth. That won't do. How can we resist to the end and yet yield the same result as Project Stigma? Yeah, that is what we urgently need to improve. Luckily, the situation isn't completely out of our hands. For instance, when up against a problem created by the Dreamland, maybe we can try throwing ourselves into it. Yeah, that's one way to go about the, salvation of humanity, possibly. At least they're trying absolutely everything they can, right? They're not giving up hope. And I think that's one of the redeemable factors about all of the Valkyries. It was a dreamy ball. When the curtains fell, the stars were still sparkling. When the echo died down, the fragrance of the intertwined petals remained. Here, the origin of the new life resided. Everything was at an end, but nothing was truly over. My god, dude. Herscher of Origin. Such a damn good design. That was such an incredible scene, too, last chapter. Yep. May's, coronation ceremony, I guess. We agreed to move forward, right? Then, I'm heading off. She dances like the fluttering birds. Her thoughts flow like the clear springs. She is radiant as gems and jades. And her future shall be written with whom she loves. Damn! Ah, shit! As expected, upon entering the chaotic planet directory again, she failed to locate her companions who could unlock the only path for her. Only she remained in the boundless chaos, and the dense threads lurking around her. It seems Bronya was right. I've been going down a one-way road. So when I tried to go back the way I came, I entered a completely different path. As for her exact location in the planet directory, and how far away her companions are, all of these were unknown to her. But besides the abnormally rapid increase in enemies and the increasingly warped space, there was one more thing that truly bothered her. What resided far away at the limits of her senses. It went in and out of hiding, as if it was hidden in the shadows of the forests or the undercurrents of a deep lake. Kevin? It isn't him. Very much alike, but not him. She recalled what she experienced in the final crater. Compared to then, the unknown force did not feel like it and was awaiting a challenge. But a different thought gradually took form in her mind. But if they do discover something like this, they would be of the same mind as me. So, even if I can't get back to where I started, if we advance toward the same target from different sides, we'll definitely meet somewhere in the space. Blinding. Are you trying to stop me from going forward? Thank God it's not dark in here. I guess secrets that you deem to be very important may be hidden there, huh? I, again, have zero idea how to play Herscher of Origin. I do have her unlocked, but the extent of me using her... Okay, I guess they're going to teach me. Let me dodge. No, shit, special attack, my bad. Is it gonna force me to do the combo? Oh, shit. No, dude. I can skip the tutorial if I want to, but I really don't want to. Dude! Let me do it. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna watch the prompts and I'm gonna do this properly. I'm gonna nail it this time, I guarantee you. Oof. 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 What is a special attack? Is it hold? It's definitely not hold. I'm spamming X too much. That's my bad. There we go. Told you I was gonna get it. I told you I was gonna get it. I'm not completely stupid. I'm just not skilled. We got it though. Anywho, as I was saying, I don't really use her in my main party setup yet because unfortunately when her banner was up, I wasted, or not wasted, but I spent 45,000 crystals or something in order to complete Herscher Finality. And what I had left over, I tried to get stuff for May, and unfortunately I did not get anything. And I really tried to grind out as many crystals as I possibly could without going into new story content and ruining the story for you guys, at least for the stream. So I guess I'm just gonna have to wait on a rerun for her equipment, her Stigma and her weapon, and I'll get that eventually in the future. So that's why I haven't been using her. But I do have her. I have her unlocked because I completed chapter 34. And I could technically use that free stigmata that they give you, but I just didn't know if I was gonna get 2 stigmata or more. So I was holding on to it on the off chance that I was gonna get 2 and then like had 1 remaining or something. Anyways, that's my Herscher of Origin story. Slash! Shit, I did it again. I was trying to do the combo. I'll just stick with spamming the ult. Am I not hitting anything? Alright. Oh, snap! That was badass. As expected, if a certain number of threads are shaken, the net will shake with them to reveal its weak spot. Let me see what's hiding behind this crack. Dude, May's so badass. She's so badass. Oh, what? This is gonna be interesting. Oh, the slow motion entry. May! Looks like I was correct. Kiana? Bronya? You two sense that power too. Like I thought. Yeah. That power? So that wasn't you? Bronya and I thought that was the power of Origin. It was like a lot of stuff that a lot of people wanted very quick succession too, right? It was just like, oh yeah, by the way, there's 3 new forms or herscher forms for our 3 main characters, and all their equipment, and they're all releasing back to back to back to back. So I hope you guys have crystals ready, because you're gonna need all 3 of them. They work really well together in a team. Anyway, now that everyone is here, let's take stock of the situation. So, May is the Herscher of Thunder and the Herscher of Origin. Yeah, that's right. The elves as well. The Herscher of Thunder and the Herscher of Origin. Okay. But it's only just a different name. I still need time to work on my understanding of the authority of origin. As for this feeling of being able to sever anything, it should be a bonus from the authority of origin. Jeez, that's crazy. My condolences to your wallet. Unfortunately, I'm unable to obtain more information about the Herscher Finality and Cocoon. That's alright. It's within the doctor's expectations. Let's move our focus back to the situation at hand. I think it took me almost over, it was like over 60-something pulls, I think, to get, or maybe it was over 70 pulls to get all of Herscher Finality stuff. Somewhere's in that ballpark. It was not the best that I've ever had. It was a little bit of a pain, and that's why I got completely sapped of all of my crystals, and I didn't get any gear for Herscher of Origin. May, if that force you mentioned earlier isn't the authority of origin, then Bronya thinks it's very likely to be linked to the anomaly the principal spoke of. Anomaly? Yeah. They told May what happened earlier. Meanwhile, the Kiana elf is the one that has the ability to, like, vacuum as well, right? Let's talk about another conclusion. The cocoon of finality may be hiding deep within the aggregation of human dreamlands. Long before Xu Shang's group achieved any results, another strategic meeting about the Earth's future had started. Which is to say, in the end, the operation to recover the Earth will merge with the operation to go beyond finality. Let's look at it from 2 different perspectives. On one hand, judging from the latest operation results, it's becoming increasingly difficult to bring people into the dreamland back to reality along with the Earth space. On the other hand, even after we analyzed what you've brought back from the moon, Cosmic Juggernaut still won't be able to locate the cocoon of finality. This can only mean that a barrier we are unable to penetrate is hiding it. Based on our current intel, the aggregation of dreamlands is the only possibility for a barrier of this level. Fortunately, while the situation is dire, we still have some room to maneuver. But the issue at hand is... Oh geez, yeah, that is a very good elf. Before that, we must verify something with you. I believe I was also going to try for it, only for the fact that I ran out of crystals as well. Because I remember using it in the tutorial stage, and I was like, holy crap, this thing's awesome. Overseer Teresa, you're prepared to restore the world, even if every ordinary person must pay a certain price, right? What was it? I thought it was a consensus reached by the Schicksal, Anti-Entropy, and even part of World Serpent. You're correct. Shall we cut to the chase, Joaquin? In theory, the reason for the previously mentioned phenomena isn't complicated. If the dreams of all humans are brought together, you will get a giant known as Spiritual Atom. Is this World Serpent's description of the aggregate of dreamlands? Yes, Spiritual Atom links the dreamlands of all humans, allowing them to share their respective stigma spaces. Share their stigma spaces? Judging from the results, their stigma spaces are disrupting each other and filling the information gap between each other. Just as the I don't even know how to say that, sentinelese, who live in isolation and are unable to understand modern society, communication and imagination alone are insufficient to let humans truly perceive a world they've never been to. But Stigmata record more than just simple concepts like language and images. It is countless, almost real dreamlands that are constantly growing through the shared stigma spaces. And it is the differences between people that allow those dreams to reflect the futures and secret ideals they pursue. Ha! What a utopia. Anyway, the Dreamland's owner will unconsciously reject the reality they should be facing. It is why we're finding it so difficult to free them with the methods we previously adopted. Okay. Our influence on space becomes weaker as we go deeper, so resisting that unconscious rejection is growing increasingly difficult as well, just like how we were all afraid of syringes when we were young. So, the dreamers are unable to leave the dreamland because they are unwilling to do so? Yeah. After all, dreams are just a way for the body to communicate directly with the subconscious. So it cannot avoid being influenced by the dreamer's emotions and disposition. From a technological standpoint, the aggregate of dreamlands is a singularity similar to a black hole. Even if we convert the imaginary Earth back into reality, the conversion will have little effect on it. Actually, the most annoying part is that while we're doing everything we can to rescue them, they are still dreaming happily in the imaginary space. It really makes my blood pressure shoot up. It's human nature to run from bad things. The victims don't realize they are in a dream, so how can they even wake up? Inception! Who knows? They should be happy that they can hide from in their dreams. Otherwise, I'll knock open their heads with Tesla 10,562 and sober them up. So, all our hard work was in vain. Unfortunately, you're absolutely correct. The aggregation of dreamlands or spiritual atom is a cocoon that won't stop strengthening itself. Even dragging Kevin over and pummeling him won't change anything. Of course, she didn't really mean the part about pummeling Kevin. So how the heck do we do it? It's none of your business. Anyway, the situation isn't in our favor at all. So, what is the method you mentioned earlier? It sounds like there's a huge price to pay. You take over, Joaquin. Fine. As mentioned before, spiritual Adam has become indestructible due to the people's unwillingness to regain consciousness. So if we target the most stable dreamlands and destroy them one by one, the remaining dreamlands will become unstable and gradually disintegrate. Destroy them? Yes. We can bombard them with energy weapons and execute targeted elimination of these stubborn people by force. But they're gonna die. Could it be... What will happen to those people who have their dreamlands eliminated? I'm afraid they will suffer a mental blow at the very least. Okay, well, maybe I was a little bit too extreme. Spiritual Adam does not hold dreams in the usual sense. It is the will of mankind to seek happiness. Once external force is used to destroy such things, you're essentially obliterating their happiness. Memories, emotions, dreams, even desires, all of these sentiments will be shattered to pieces along with the dreamlands. So they'll become zombies. It's no different from a tsunami in the mental world to the dreamland's owner. As for what will happen once they return to reality, even a more optimistic estimate would probably put them at suffering a condition similar to depression. After all, a human who has lost their desires has actually lost everything. Which is to say, even life would be meaningless to them. Indeed. Choosing to confront the collective human subconsciousness is bound to end with the sacrifice of many innocent people. This is the burden we must bear for making this decision, Teresa. Teresa was at a loss for words. Just a little while ago, she firmly believed herself capable of paying any price for the future of this world. Now that she'd finally become the leader of Shixel after experiencing countless setbacks and growing pains, no one would doubt her resolve and will when she made the promise. However, when the price wasn't hers to pay, she found herself incapable of giving an answer. Teresa suddenly opened her mouth, yet failed to utter a single word. Every word she desired to speak felt like it weighed a ton. It was the weight of deciding the fate of countless people. I'm so mad! They are absolutely detestable, but if we decide their fate like this, then does it make us any different from World Serpent? Yes, that's why this proposal was put aside. Even a real god has no right to determine a person's fate. It's a belief that anti-entropy has always stood by. Yet now, this unreasonable method seems to be our only choice. Our original operation to retake Earth is meaningless now, and our method to pinpoint the cocoon of finality has hit a wall. There isn't much time left for us to figure out another plan. They're still completely unaware of the Herschel of Origin's existence right now too, though. So, I mean, you know. Darn it! I just find this hard to swallow. From where I stand, it's impossible for you to find a better answer. This is Kevin mocking us. I'd love to teach those useless pieces of trash a good lesson, and I'm eager to see them suffer. But are we really going to go all the way down this road to go along with Project Stigma's heartless plan? Not pain. Rather than taking it as Kevin's ridicule, it feels more like he's questioning us. If we're bound to abandon something for the sake of humanity and our civilization, what kind of answer would Kevin want us to come up with? Suddenly, she recalled Kevin's calm and indifferent eyes while she confronted him. Right. He made his choice a long time ago. Project Stigma is his answer. Perhaps he isn't expecting any answer, and this isn't a test made specifically, or especially for us. But we still must come up with an answer. Right. Back then. Perhaps violence isn't the only solution to break apart the aggregation of dreamlands. When I was ensnared by Project Stigma, I did somehow realize I was in a dream. So, it seems the spiritual atom isn't as indestructible as we thought. A while later. By disrupting Project Stigma's mainnet again, we can seize the opportunity to sneak into Spiritual Atom, get into, and break open the sealed Dreamlands, and cause a chain reaction that disintegrates the Dreamlands. While the Dreamlands are being shaken up, push forward the anchoring in normal space and help some people return to reality. At the same time, try to pinpoint the cocoon of finality's location. In theory, If the first step goes well, then the rest should work. Now, there's only one question left. How do we break them open from the inside? Realizing I was dreaming in the Stigma space created an opportunity for me to break out of the dreamland. Since the strength of the dreamland relies on the rejection of reality, we just have to somehow make its owner accept reality. Then even a sturdy dreamland will be weakened, right? But the dreamland is far more enticing than reality to some people. This idea of yours might actually work, Teresa. Huh? Think about it. Since the dreamland is far more enticing than reality to some people, we just have to help them realize their dreams outside of Project Stigma. Wouldn't that flip the relationship between reality and the dreamland for Project Stigma's aggregation of dreamlands? Sorry, I can't really keep up with your train of thought. Why will that reverse the relationship between reality and dreamland? Because they will be believing that reality is their dreams and not that the dreams are their dreams. I kind of understand. I'm sort of following what Tesla is proposing. At least I think I am. Just think about it like this. They crave the dreamland because they actually have their own desires, right? So if we make them realize that the dreamland cannot satisfy their desires, it would arouse their desire to create a new world. Once that happens, the aggregation of dreamlands that they were once reluctant to leave would become a very real shackle. In this way, wouldn't they reject the aggregation of dreamlands itself? In other words, guide them to think about creating something on their own, and so they naturally become enemies of spiritual Adam. It should be far milder than actually becoming enemies, but it's definitely a form of non-cooperation. Yes, true creation is definitely a form of rebellion against the collective unconsciousness. It's worth a shot. But if we go in this direction, I'm afraid there's no turning back. Huh? So we're going in to manipulate their dreams, essentially, to show them that they are not going to be able to, or maybe their dreams aren't exactly what they're cracked up to be, and then they should probably try to dream another dream, I guess. I don't know. Like they said, create a new world. That makes sense. If this approach is effective, then the randomness in the plan itself will definitely lead to an outcome beyond our control. If luck isn't on our side, and a second, stronger spiritual Adam is born by chance, then everything we've done will be in vain. Does that make it even more worth a shot? Huh? Mophead. I'm not advocating for taking risks. Take our previous discussion, for example. Destroying the dreamlands by force seems reliable, but it requires a lot of firepower, and the risk involved is unpredictable too. We can't even rule out the possibility that Kevin would interfere. So, from a technical perspective, it's actually difficult for us to determine which plan is better. If that's the case, why don't we select the plan that's much more human? Or perhaps we can say that once the first step is a success, it'll actually be a process of verifying if humanity is worth saving. Dr. Tesla, the anger you preciously displayed was not unwarranted. If mankind is always being rescued unilaterally, then we are no different from a bunch of hamsters in captivity. Lacking the ability to survive independently and the will to change the world, humans like that are not worth saving. Oh. Alright. I should have realized that you're actually a ruthless person deep down, Mophead. So what he's saying is, if the humans have no desire to save themselves, or fight for their own lives, I guess, then are they truly worth saving? I think that's what they're saying, possibly? No. My belief in the possibilities of nature and nature of humans is just greater than yours. I believe that mankind is worth saving. Otherwise, why would Kiana and the others repeatedly think that this world can be a better place? In fact, if that is untrue, could Project Stigma's dreamland ever create so many sweet dreams for all of them? I agree with Einstein. I may have said that there's no turning back, but if we believe in the goodness of mankind, then it is something worth trying. So maybe what they're saying is that if they would rather be stuck in the dreamlands, then maybe they're not worth saving at all. It is a fight against Project Stigma, and a battle between the human, self, and abstract. Then this battle, which will determine the fate of mankind, should be waged by all mankind. I didn't expect a casual thought of mine would give birth to this much discussion. But now that everyone agrees with this plan, yeah, it's decided. We believe in our own kind. They won't let us down. It seems it's time to decide who will be entering the Dreamlands. In theory, the more we send, the better our chances. But nothing is easy at first, and we need someone to lead the operation. That person must be sufficient, or must have sufficient tolerance to Stigma space, be able to avoid getting lost in the Dreamland, and be persuasive and convincing in speech. I wonder. Isn't there someone like that right in front of you? Are you talking about yourself? But don't the worlds retaken by Durandal's group have to be anchored to you? Well, I'm sure Siegfried can take care of that just as well. He's been standing by all this time, so I'm sure he's dying for some action. As for the coordination in combat, I'm certain Rita, Nagamitsu, Amber, and the others will make the right decisions. But spiritual Adam's interior is still unknown to us. Oh, right. The power of Vishnu. Indeed, that makes you the best candidate for this job. It's indeed a trump card. But besides these objective reasons, don't you think you forgot something? I may not have a lot of teaching experience, but I'm still the principal of St. Freya. And the Shixel Overseer too, right? Why do birds fly? Few would ever ask such an unnecessary question. Perhaps the birds, even if they could speak, wouldn't be able to explain it. Similarly, even if humans realized that they only had true freedom over how they die, they would not be able to explain why it was their only freedom. And they would never be able to provide a definite answer for it. But a long time ago, when the world was still foreign to mankind, they still wanted to explore everything unknown in this world, and they refused to accept any questions that were without answers. So, when a certain person looked up at the sky, he would ask, "Why do birds fly?" Holy shit! Are we gone back? Like, drastically back in time? A speech about it was being held here. If time was turned back by 1,000 years, every philosopher would be the pioneer of civilization, remembered in history in different ways. That's Kevin Sue, and it kind of looks like Adam in the background. Is that Adam? Or is that Welt? That's definitely Adam, right? Sages whose wisdom transcended time, or maybe it's just casual NPC, I don't know. That was what they were called. But they were no different from infants to the man. It wasn't due to his nature. After experiencing it all, younglings like them couldn't cause a single wave in his heart. Of course, I too consider it to be an unnecessary question. They are born to fly, just like we are born with many instincts. They are gifts from God. But even then, we can only explain why birds fly, yet we do not know why they wish to fly. Someone seemed to be quietly shushing as it sounded like a meaningless argument. But hear me out. Every one of us present here today was born with the ability to see, to hear, to travel, and to conquer. But it is a right, and we've seen many who've chosen to give up that right. But why? Why have we never seen birds give up flying? Everything quieted down. So, this brings me to my point. Everyone, if we were lucky enough to return to the origin of the world and see the first bird, it was definitely without wings. What it possessed at that time wasn't a pair of wings obtained from praying to the gods, but a heart as lofty as the moon which yearned to touch the zenith. That's very brave of him. As he'd expected, his speech immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. After all, in this God-fearing age, there was little support for thoughts like this. So essentially what he's saying is that the original bird never had wings, but it desired to have wings. It desired to be able to have that freedom of flight, which is why the birds eventually gained wings, because they strove for their desires, not just praying to the gods for the gifts. Of course, it wouldn't bring him any harm, so the man wasn't very worried. According to Sue, it was how this era is. Countless different thoughts were clashing against each other, and they would form common beliefs that led the civilization forward. It was why they must go to the people and listen to what they had to say. Sue, he should be almost done. A long time had passed since the two of them returned as pioneers and started helping the new generation reshape their civilization. With the help of their long lifespans and transcendent knowledge, they deftly entered history, aiding its development in secret. He did not turn around to verify if his companion was still behind him. They had made a promise to always be by each other's side, no matter what. He never doubted that promise. But it seems to have taken slightly longer this time. The man raised his hand and checked it briefly, but cold did not seep out from there, even until he finished listening to the speech. Clearly, he was getting better at controlling his own body temperature. Okay, so this is not 50,000 years in the past, this is at some point in the past. Just like his growth in this aspect, everything else would take a turn for the better. That was what he thought. Even if it was too late for him, regardless of which aspect took a turn for the better, it's time to take a look somewhere else. He began to lose interest in everything here. He had always considered the topic discussed before him meaningless. For the sake of a grander goal, and with Sue and his help, civilization would avoid the mistakes they had made and take a better path forward. But on some very rare days, a thought like this passed his mind. Is humanity destined from birth to take the same path? Perhaps the guidance I provide them is just my own wishful thinking. So they were manipulating, or not manipulating, well, I guess kind of in a way. They were affecting humanity throughout the ages, according to this. It was a very distant memory for him. Unlike his companion, the man was not affected by a certain side effect, and hence didn't remember every moment of his life. Actually, even the absolutely important moments from 50,000 years ago required frequent recollection to remain in his memory. Everyone had experienced something similar, No matter how important a person or event may be, memories of them blur in time. That is the admonition of the flesh, which often gives birth to self-hatred. Even he was no exception. Only those were long-lost memories of mine. Have they returned to me upon my entrance into this place? He looked around. Within the darkness was a surging dreamland formed by billions of minds. So he's within Spiritual Adam right now. It was known as Spiritual Adam. When one was in it while conscious, its clear outline would appear. Matters not. It's of no importance. Indeed, in his opinion, the memory shared certain attributes with his current actions. Reshaping civilization, it had been his job for thousands of years. Even if he was well aware of Project Stigma's potential results, the man acted just the same. He habitually wished to witness that world that revolved by his hands. Oh, okay. I'm Kevin. Oh, it isn't an awakened memory, but your dreamland. Sorry. Oh! Teresa's point of view as well? Not long ago. Okay, this is getting interesting, very interesting. Only boundless darkness lay ahead. Teresa walked slowly through the boundless void as the darkness swallowed her footprints. Countless noisy whispers and faint flickering lights surrounded her. They were reflections of the dreamlands, traces humans left behind in Project Stigma. It was for the first time Teresa realized that even light can be oppressive and heavy like the ocean's depths. She just walked silently, and as time passed, bright light appeared before her eyes. Let's go. Here. St. Freya? It really is a school. So many children. Similar dreamlands may attract each other and intersect, so that's it. These children may be strangers to each other, but their similar desires gave them the same dream. This is definitely not St. Freya, right? Only a dream where they can have fun at school without any restraints. Isn't that quite disrespectful to their teachers? I mean, I don't know. It kind of looks like St. Freya in the background. Possibly. Oh, what should we do next? Want to look through some illustrations? That's how kids speak. Watch this! Whoa, you're amazing! Let's play hide and seek. Alright, let's see. Over there! The children are really having fun. To a certain extent, I can't bear to disturb this happy dream of theirs. But children, if your dreams are only dreams, then your dreams have lost their value. What do you think? Pretty good, right? Wow, it's beautiful! Is this a ship? It's so cool. Exactly. It's a ship that's bigger than our school. That boy, he has drawn the attention of many other children. Perhaps this is the opportunity for change. Hi. Nice to meet you. Huh? Are you here to watch me paint too? I'll even consider teaching you if you'd really like to learn. Let me see. Oh, not bad. But it's not good enough. Jeez, way to lay it on thick there, Teresa. Tell them how you really feel. Huh? Who are you? Are you jealous because I'm better than you? I've seen numerous paintings. So, I can immediately spot the flaws in your painting with just a glance. You're just a little older than me. That's nothing to be proud of. How childish. Your painting is missing something very important. I'm all ears. You copied this ship from an adventure storybook, right? I've read it too. Yeah? So what? It's an exact copy. Even its colors are the same. Then, I'm sure you remember the favorite line of that book's protagonist, right? I will soar across the world and leave my name over every inch of the sky. The protagonist traveled through every country in his ship, leaving the memory of him and his ship in the minds of the locals wherever he went. Yes, it's why I really admire him. I intend to become a great explorer just like him. Then you have to pave your own way. But I don't see you in this painting of yours. You've merely reproduced his dream without any changes. How will you ever become a qualified adventurer like this? The two, in the heat of the argument, attracted the attention of even more, and before they knew it, they were surrounded by children. Yes, this is perfect. As the scope of the discussion expands, these children will find their own opportunity for change, and they will affect all who are intertwined with this dreamland. As these thoughts ran through Teresa's mind, a soft voice came from her side. Are you a teacher? Yes. I'm the principal of another school. Did you hear what we discussed? Yes. You said, the people in the books can be our models and goals, but they are not our shackles and limits. A true adventurer surpasses the footsteps of their predecessors and goes further and further until their dreams reach the skies that no one has ever ventured into. Yes. Just like that, countless adventurers have followed their dreams for years upon years to bring humanity to such a prosperous state. That is civilization. Then, little teacher, how do we become true adventurers? Little teacher? No, I'm a calm and mature adult. I shouldn't argue with children. It's very simple. The very first step to becoming an adventurer is waking up from your own dreams. Everyone dreams, and we can imagine anything in our dreams. But that isn't enough, because compared to what we can dream of now, there are plenty of interesting things hidden in this world that we can't even dream of. Oh, what is it? Unfortunately, even I do not know. Huh, little teacher's a liar! I wasn't lying. I don't know, because they haven't been created yet. They are in deep sleep at the bottom of your hearts. The bottom of our hearts? Yes. You are full of novel imagination and curiosity. Your hands can create a future that no one has ever imagined, and your passion will take your dreams higher and higher. As long as you have the courage to take that first step, never stop searching and creating that which does not exist yet. Then even if it seems worthless in the eyes of others, you will still become adventurers in the end. But if you do not try, no one will see the sparkling and colorful paintings you create. My, that would be such a pity. Dude, she's so good. That which does not exist yet. Paintings. Right. What about this? I'm not only going to paint a ship greater than the one in the book. I will build it myself and soar into the sky with it. Whoa, that sounds so cool. I want to build a big ship with you too. Me too! The children got into an animated discussion and started painting on paper with great gusto. Some of them started to run around in search of materials from all over the school. The edges of the dreamland started to blur because of this. It was like the small ripples created by a pebble tossed into a lake. It might be a small step, but changes were certainly occurring quietly. This is all I can do. Now, it's up to all of you. I believe in all of you, because the world will change because of you. I wonder what kind of dreamland I'll see next. Cool, man. I like that. That was very heartwarming. Let's see Kevin's perspective. It's alright. Let's just head home. But I could have done better. It's good enough for me. I've always been proud of you. Oh, don't cry. It's alright. It isn't a great school anyway. Oh, it's fine. You always wanted to go, right? Everything else can be pushed aside, but this concert is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll help you with the bed check. Don't worry. But I'm afraid. There's an old guy staring at us over there. Maybe we should leave now. Yeah, Kevin, you creep. Jeez. Come over here and help me with my hairpin. Hurry up! These are two straight hairpins, not a cross-shaped hairpin. Why did you put both of them on? No way. He said he had overtime the last time too. You know how their project is going? Let's just go. There isn't a queue to get a number for this store today? Is it not popular anymore? It's a hot dog stand. This will do. Maybe this was a good beginning of for his journey. Indeed, everything was normal. Just normal. People were still repeating mistakes they should have made, suffering failures they tried their best to avoid, and shrouded by small instances of joy and sorrow, day after day. But such mediocrity was what a certain era yearned for, yet cannot attain. In this world that faced Honkai as well, it was such similar desire. Young man, would you like an extra egg on your hot dog? For that reason, Project Stigma could be called the worst, just like Honkai. Young man! But the man was aware that he has no other choice, and he never had one. Young man! Your ramen is ready. Oh, it's the ramen shop that also serves hot dogs. That makes sense. The man moved his scrutinizing gaze away from himself and toward the world. He noticed the ramen cart sign and the other customers lined up behind him. Yep, that's, let's see. Expayenda Putant, beef kebabs, chicken kebabs, Peril milk tea. Don't see no ramen on that shop. He remained silent and planned to leave, but the owner held a bowl of noodles towards him. It was so close that the steam from the bowl blurred his eyes. The man knew that he was supposed to take it with his hands. Besides himself, everyone he knew had considered what his life would be like when he finally purged Honkai from this world. Some thought that death was the best outcome for him, as he was truly lonely. Some thought he'd finally be able to let go, change his name, and have a bowl of ramen while seated before a simple house and spend the night recalling the smiles of some people. Others thought he could still act as a mentor for the new age and redeem himself once more. Even he acknowledged that these futures were not far-fetched. In fact, at a certain point in time, a very long time ago, they had all briefly been his aspiration. But in actuality, from the moment Project Stigma was completed, he hadn't planned any future for himself. He had searched for a place to bury himself, but that was for another reason. Those lives others had imagined were truly peaceful ones. Sorry, there's no need. The ramen was delicious. He walked away. Peace belonged to those who put an end to everything, not those who became the end itself. So it's almost like a little bit of like self-reflection, I guess, that Kevin's kind of experiencing by going into these dreams. Let's go back to Teresa. How strange. The dreamland on the other side seems a little different. Silver light floated slowly through the darkness of the void. As she looked along the floating marks in the dreamland, Teresa noticed a familiar figure. What are you doing here, Selene? I learned of your plan from Dr. Einstein, so I came to see if I could be of help. According to the doctor, my ability to sense bubble universes may be quite useful for the aggregation of dreamlands. So, I volunteered to come here and give it a try. I'm not causing you any trouble, right? Of course not. The ability to sense bubble universes, which is to say you can sense which dreamlands are weaker and have a greater influence on the aggregation of dreamlands, right? If the doctor's deductions are accurate, then I think that should be it. That's great news. It's like having an all-knowing guide. I'm counting on you, Sele. Alright, I'll do my best. She's our compass. This is... Huh? Is there something wrong? This place overlaps with a particular scene in my memories. It makes me feel a little emotional. It was a very long time ago. At that time, a friend and I sneaked out and started wandering aimlessly on the street, just like this one. We didn't go anywhere. All we did was stroll about while chatting. But that is one of my happiest memories. I can tell that friend is very important to you. Yes, she is. The light I've been seeking all my life. Alright, instead of reminiscing, let's focus on the operation at hand. Let's split up and find out more about this dreamland from the people here. Alright, leave it to me. Why is everybody silent? That wouldn't make sense for them to have their desires erased already inside this dream, would it? Strange. The atmosphere here is so strange. Everyone seems to be in a daze. They're either daydreaming or unwilling to pay attention to others. Why would such a dream even exist? Oh. I should see how Sele's doing. This is unusual. That's not what I meant. Then stay away from me. Leave me alone. But if this goes on, you... That's none of your business. What happened? I noticed that she seemed to be in great pain, so I asked if she needed help, but... You're with her? Both of you, stay away from me! Calm down. We just want to help. We have no intention to hurt you. I'm telling you to stay away! Ugh. Why do you even bother with this? Just be frank and tell her she's dreaming. All of this is a dream. Huh? Wait. The agitated woman blinked without a shred of surprise. On the contrary, she seemed exhausted. Oh, is that so? Hey, do you understand me? I said all this is a dream. You're trapped in a dream. This isn't reality. We're here to wake you up. Why? Huh? Even if what you said is true, why? Must I wake up? Reality is painful enough. Why must you deprive me of my right to dream? That look of absolute despair on the woman's face was all too familiar to Teresa. Many years ago, she saw the same expression of her own face when she looked into the mirror. I see. It's that kind of dream. People grow up and realize that the world is far less beautiful than they imagined as a child. Reality is full of helplessness, injustice, and suffocating pain. When they fail to change the situation no matter how hard they try, they will instinctively seek escape. They give up on thinking, numb their hearts, and hide in their own worlds. This dreamland is oppressive, but quiet, because its owner does not believe there is any hope ahead and has fallen into endless stagnation. Dreams do not contain the happiness they once yearned for because they stopped dreaming in reality. It is why this dream is so stable. This is the only home for those who have been taken over by despair in reality. So, it's impossible to wake them? Why don't we use physical means to resolve this? No, I still want to try, because I was once trapped in a similar dream. At that time, I hadn't found the meaning of my existence yet. As an artificial life, I was unable to blend into other groups, and could only live on Anomaly. I was just like them at that time. I had no dreams, and I would anticipate nothing. But it was also then that I met the friend I mentioned earlier. She was just like me. She grew up in a dark room and could only learn about the world from books. But unlike me, even though we lived in a world of limited space, she always came up with wild ideas. She brought me all sorts of strange gifts, showed me the flowers she grew, the nest she made for birds, and even sneaked out with me in the dead of night. At that time, she said to me, the more people suppress themselves, the more they yearn for happiness. The failure to get what they desire causes them to temporarily lose the courage to move forward. All they need is an opportunity, perhaps a story which moves their heart, a piece of melodious music, or a game that resonates with them. It's the moment that will reignite their hope to fight against the hardships of life and embrace the light of tomorrow. They've always had the courage and strength to overcome despair, but they just never realized it. She said that everyone is actually braver than they imagine. They are strong enough to face the unhappy realities of life and create new possibilities. You've spoken a lot about yourself, but you don't understand me. You're right. You're the one who knows yourself best, of course. What you once yearned for, and the dreams you once sought, you remember how you felt then. It is the source of your courage, your motivation to go forward, and it is your heart. Staying here won't bring you satisfaction. It'll just be a meaningless waste of time. You should give your heart another chance, shouldn't you? She opened her mouth but failed to utter a single word. A tear rolled down her face while reflecting the glow of the streetlights. You... Alright, silly. It's time for us to leave. Huh? That's it? She hasn't even done anything. Just words alone can never make people change their minds, but the perspective I provided just now must have created an impact that is sufficient for an adult to start making changes. Perhaps. Thank you for teaching me all of that, Cecilia. Chills. Just straight chills. Damn, dude. Cecilia, so damn good. Swapping back to the other side of the story. Very interested in seeing both sides of this unfold. As I mentioned before, character is destiny. It hadn't been long since he last met the philosopher, but today the number of his audience declined drastically. The man couldn't recall what he came into the habit of frequenting this place, but he was sure of one thing. The philosopher was also a fool trapped in this age. Even a utopia designed by the greatest of minds would fail over the passage of thousands of years. He was a perfect example of that, in both ways. He was undoubtedly quite ordinary, and his companions used to tease him for being slow-witted, but once he gained time that far surpassed that of a normal person, he could even look down upon the most outstanding minds of any era. Perhaps he was here to get a better view of the era's shallowness and make up his mind on something. I was kind of figuring that it was a little bit more negative in atmosphere and in nature. It's kind of like the contrast of both, right? Teresa's a little more uplifting, a little more motivating, and Kevin seems to be a little bit more like looking at the negativity of mankind throughout the ages. It's nice. It's a nice form of storytelling. I really do appreciate that they went this approach with this section of the game. There's no good or bad destiny, but the same can't be said about character. Who? I once had a friend. Perhaps he was talented in certain aspects, but he was quite slow and became used to relying on the decisions of others. Yeah, it's nice to see, like I said, the contrast, the both perspectives on their feelings towards humanity. It was due to his character. Thus, he chose an outstanding mind, a heart worth following, and then he obeyed the person's decisions and treated that person's destiny as his own. You see their motivations for both of their actions, I guess, right? You see the Valkyrie side of wanting to believe in mankind, and you see Kevin's side of why he made the choices he did to enact Project Stigma. His answer for him was a disclosure of character is destiny, still true. Oh, forgive me. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Can you come closer? Young man, have you met a hero? I've met plenty. No, not the ones in your mind. Perhaps you still remember that I once said there is only a single ideal in this world, trampling the ideals of others. All ideals must be trampled on the ideals of others to be realized. If you do not agree, it's because you haven't realized yet. According to the standard, people fall into two types. Those who've done so are considered heroes, and the rest are just ordinary. The man was not convinced. In an arrogance cultivated from his long life, his first reaction was the philosopher had experienced little and knew nothing. Hasten not, young man. I'm not done yet. Everyone wants to be a hero. But we know that if everyone was a hero, we can only imagine what a terrible place the world would be. So, another type of hero was born. Their ideals are completely different. They wish for their ideals to be trampled upon instead. And the rules by which the world operates are actually upheld by them. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little confusing, but I kind of get it. If everybody just wants to walk over the ideals of everybody else, then the new hero becomes the person that says, hey, I want you guys to walk over my ideals. I kind of get it. The body of OO rests here. His death saved an entire city from the ravages of Honkai Beast. It is because his soul flowed into the grave the earth shall become richer than the sky. Her sacrifice allowed civilization to carry on. Oh snap. Let's go! Kevin time. Oh yeah! Dude! This is sick. Holy shit. I like that triangle literally just makes him use the ice. And oh my god, dude. Literally everything's such a contrast here. The fire and ice, which he both wields to regulate his own temperature. Judgment of Shamash, the only one that can actually wield it. It's incredible. My frame rate can't keep up. Was it lagging? This is a hero who changed the world. Reflect on his faults and memorize his merits. For he was also mortal. It was fine on my end. Obviously, what stood here was not a ruined building, but a grand tombstone. Was it like artifacted? Was there like screen tearing and stuff like that going on? Obviously, what stood here was not a ruined building, but a grand tombstone. The reason it was so big is obvious as well. Those laid to eternal rest here were heroes acknowledged by the world. Huh. That's odd. And they were all the humans in this dreamland. Because I didn't notice anything on my end. But this world. The man gazed at the endless expanse of sand around him, and he knew there was nothing but patrolling monsters here. Let me just check, because I may also have my frame rate set a little too high. Yeah, my frame rate right now is set at 120 hertz. I'll drop it to 60 hertz. I don't know if it's going to affect my stream right now or not, but I will drop my monitor's refresh to 60 hertz, and then I'll go into the game settings when I get a chance, and I'll lower the frame rate, because there's a weird thing with whenever you're streaming on certain platforms, especially like YouTube, which it kind of only caps at 60 FPS for some reason. Well, it's just a streaming problem in general, because no platform right now that I know of actually supports 120 FPS, which I usually kind of have my monitor set at like 120 or 144. So that's probably why it gets artifacted or fragmented. It's weird. But hopefully we fix it, we'll see. If everyone was a hero, we can only imagine what a terrible place the world would be. Indeed, his words can be considered prophetic. But I still find it difficult to accept that such a person can be called a hero. The outcome here is reality, not a dream. As he'd said, the dreams created by Project Stigma might have their own limitations, but they were not restricted by objective reality. It could be completely illogical, and all of this should have never occurred, provided it hadn't changed in any way. All right, let's swap back. Let's go system settings, video. Okay, we got videos recommended. I don't know. I had it max, I thought. Oh well, I'll put it back on that. Is it other settings? Other settings possibly for frame rate. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe I have to be completely out of everything. Show FPS? Sure, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably not letting me adjust the actual like frame rate here now. Because it's actually in like the original settings itself, right? I'd have to come back into it. I'll mess with it later. We'll go for now. It may still be a little bit messy, but we'll see. It probably is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I see it now, big time. Holy crap, that stutter is horrible. I wonder if it's just optimization within the game itself. Because I noticed there was a lot of stutter when I went to access that gate. Oh! So he's actually seeing? A warrior carried the power of vicinity. Maybe the stutter's me now because I just dropped my frame rate on my monitor and I'm like, why is it stuttering? Because that's the reason why I usually run it at a higher refresh rate, right? So that way it eliminates any kind of stuttering. So now maybe just me moving the screen around is me noticing the frame rate difference. Very well could be. That was really cool that he actually seen Teresa running around though. So this means that the stories are kind of colliding a little bit. Or intertwining. Ooh! I like this background. Waves hit the beach as the warm midday sun covered everything in rays of lazy sunlight. The huts scattered around the area weren't luxurious. Conversely, they were so simple that they seemed out of place in a sweet dream. I didn't expect to see a dreamland like this. It feels so realistic. But if so, why must anyone rely on a dream to realize this? I don't know. But looking at how empty it is, I guess its owner is someone without desires. Their desire is to relax, can't you tell? We can't just stay here and guess. We should look to this our furthest dreamland's owner and ask about this place. Hi. Could you... Oh. Are the two of you here to convince me to wake up from this dream? See, the elderly are always so knowledgeable, you really should listen to them. Huh? Him? You know this is a dream? I do. Unfortunately, I cannot help you. This isn't my dream. I'm just a family member that someone else imagined. After all, the fear of loneliness increases with age. Do you know how to end this dream? I'm afraid it'll take quite a bit of effort. After all, he won't live for long without this dream. What? He's been bedridden for years before arriving here. Even the doctor said that he won't last to see another winter. Most of the others in this dream are in similar situations. So, I have a question for the two of you. For those who still have hope, leaving this dreamland is a blessing of the brave. But what about those who have no future? That should be the person the elderly woman mentioned to us. Dude, this is gonna be heartbreaking, isn't it? This is gonna be really, really hard. Looking at the elderly nearby, delicate like a candle flame in the wind, the two were speechless. After a while, Teresa sighed lightly. Let's try. After all, this dream may go beyond the choices of a few. It affects the shared fate of billions. Hello, youngsters. Nice to meet you, sir. Yeah, I mean, it's their happiness, right? Hi, we're here to... She hesitated for a moment and found herself unable to convey the cruel truth. It's been a long time since someone came here. Here, have a seat. I may not have anything expensive, but I have plenty of snacks for the children. Thank you for your hospitality. But it's alright. We're just... Don't be shy. It's fate that brought us together. I rarely have any guests, so let me be a good host to you. It really isn't necessary. We're not staying for long, so you don't have to go through all that trouble. Because this is just a dream of mine? Yes, because this is just... Huh? This old man knows where he is, youngsters. Staying together on a peaceful beach with the love of my life while listening to the waves lapping. To me, this is an extravagant dream. With age, people realize what they truly want is the most ordinary, calmest, and peaceful days. I made many mistakes in my youth, and I wasted a lot of time. Now that I'm old, bedridden, and relying on a machine to keep myself barely alive, it finally dawned on me how precious the ordinary things I once took for granted are. Thanks, Ash, I appreciate it. I'm willing to exchange everything I have in return for this fake dream. Even then, you still wish to take it away from me. Both of them fell silent. They found it impossible to formulate an answer to such a difficult question. I don't think that they want to take the dream away from him or take away his happiness more so than it is, you know, they're trying to help the majority of mankind, and they kind of need to rely on him to wake up from his escape, essentially. The silence went on until slightly familiar yet clamorous noise resounded from afar. Hey! Wait up! No way. We agreed that the first one to get, or the first one there gets 2 pieces of cake. Huh? Those two running over are... Rosalia! Lilia! When we came to our senses, we found ourselves in the belly of a whale. Rosalia? Wait, Lilia, let me finish the story. Idiaka. Look, who's there? Sele and Teresa. I know, like what are they doing here? Ah! You were finally here to take us back. Rosalia, Lilia, what are you doing here? Alright. The people you've been waiting for are finally here. Have some cake and celebrate. The old man bent down to retrieve 2 small cakes from a box and smiled as he passed them to the twins, watching them gobble the cakes down. This old man, She took a deep breath and finally made up her mind, but as soon as she turned around, she saw the smile on the old man's face. The old man watched as Teresa's expression changed incessantly from serious to hesitant, sorrowful to solemn, and then resolute. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Ah, you're right. I totally forgot because it was like a month ago since I last went through that, something like that. It's been a while. A couple things definitely slipped my mind. Alright. I'll stop teasing you. When I meet such energetic youngsters, I just can't help myself from teasing and testing your resolve. Forgive this old bag of bones. Are you here to take these 2 children home? Yes. Seems like it's time for me to wake up from this beautiful dream. Huh? But once this dream is over, you'll... Yes. I'll be back on the hospital bed, and I'll be paralyzed and bedridden again. And I won't have much time left. But tell me, what will happen if I refuse to end this dream? The old man glanced lovingly at the Olivia Neves. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, you know what I'm trying to say. I've lived for more than 80 years, and I've experienced most of what this world has to offer. But they are different. They are young, energetic, and hopeful. If youngsters like them are trapped in this constant dream, it would be an absolutely cruel fate. In this world, the old should give way to the young. No, sir. We won't ask you to abandon this dreamland. Huh? I think such a dreamland isn't wrong. The ones who are wrong are those who give up, even when they aren't at the end of their lives yet. I believe in you. I believe that you'll take good care of other youngsters, just as you've taken care of the two little girls. And you will do as you've done now. You'll tell them that life awaits them outside of the dreamland. I plan to say that it's time to face my own reality and complete my journey in this life. But I didn't expect to hear that more youngsters are in need of our help. Alright then. It's time to show these youngsters how unyielding the elderly can be. These lives of ours haven't been lived in vain. Damn, dude. Ah, shit. Right in the heart, right in the fields. The sea of light remains silent no more. In the boundless darkness, tens of thousands of dreamlands clamored and churned like a huge beast awakening from its slumber, and freely stretched its body. A glimmer of light broke away from the ball of light and floated up into the darkness. A soul that faintly flickered between pink and blue lay within it. After that, more and more soared up into the air, like a scattered Milky Way vanishing before their eyes. Is this an earthquake? Idiaka, it's a sign that we're finally about to leave these dreams. Yes, I'll take both of you somewhere safe. Then, what about Teresa? Sally and I have more work to do. These dreams have only just begun to disintegrate. We still have much work to do, and need help from more people. Then, we'll help too. Yeah, this time, I'll have to agree with Rosalia. Just like that, the squad tasked with liberating the dreams grew. The Valkyries and volunteers in the dreams did their best to fight back against Spiritual Adam. But Project Stigma was not that simple. The situation is the same, even for Kevin. This was a damn good dream. Oh man. Mac and cheese? Holy moly. Well, I'm assuming that I can't switch right now as an indication that I am done with Teresa's section of this. Forgive me. I don't remember you. Kaslana? Kaslana. I've never heard this name. I've heard all your speeches. All. Yeah, you're right. You were definitely right. That's probably why she was so able to speak with the elderly man on a somewhat understanding basis. I think she handled it quite well. The philosopher was almost at the end of his life, so it was impossible for someone who had heard all his speeches to be so young. Why? I'm not sure either. Actually, there are some among my acquaintances whose visions far exceed yours. I should have recalled every word of her before deciding on my course of action. But I can't. While I attempt to resolve the issues of this era, I must follow its perspective. Regardless, I acknowledge your wisdom and understand your narrow-mindedness. I've considered the issues you raise and found my own answers. Yeah, I know, right? But what I want to know now is, as the pinnacle of wisdom in the last 100 years, what is the answer you have come to after a lifetime of thinking? My answer? It's kind of weird, right, that Kevin would be obsessed with his speeches for so long. I wonder if he actually values hearing his theories on certain things or his lessons. Why do birds fly? His eyes reflected the old man's confused expression. No one could contemplate a single question for a lifetime. No one but Kevin. No one else had been able to go through life with such a simple initial goal. But regardless, the old man still remembered what he'd said in his youth. Because they desire to soar into the sky. But that's impossible. That is just a romanticist's wishful thinking. I have a similar idea, the desire to go beyond childhood. But desiring it doesn't mean that I can make it happen. Then, what is your opinion? Because they must soar into the sky. It had been around 3,000 years since Kevin harnessed the power of Finality, but he already had the answer by then. Yeah. Oh, I am quite well aware. Tales of Berseria is like one of my favorite games of all time. Like, Velvet is definitely one of my favorite female protagonists, or anti-heroes, I guess, of all times. She's a badass. I absolutely love Berseria so much, you have no idea. When the meteor of Finality crashed during the Cretaceous period, only the birds flying freely escaped the inevitable extinction. It was fantastic. I think that's probably the best Tales game that I've ever played, to be honest. Maybe that's a little bit biased, but I really love Berseria more than like anything else that I played in that series. I don't know what you're talking about. But I can tell, you seem to believe in survival of the fittest. The outcome will be the touchstone of everything, and victory justifies all. However, I will say I haven't completed Tales of Arise yet. I am like partway through it, but I've just not had the time to go through the entirety of it yet, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. So, young man, allow me to give you one final speech before I pass away. I'm going to tell you the story of a man named Icarus, and let you know that some fly just to fall. Dude, I got chills. Have the dreamlands fallen into chaos? That is like so eerily, like, I don't even know, man. Some fly just to fall. It's weird because, like, I know it's a little bit morbid, but a couple weeks ago when I was just driving into work, there was this bird that just flew out of the trees. And I don't know why, but it literally just plummeted down onto the road. For no reason. It was weird. But that is incredibly eerie to me right now, to read that line. And I mean, nothing hit it. The bird literally just flew out of the trees and went down on the road. Weird. So weird.
Teresa
Someone is trying to create something here. Yeah, it was strange. It was only like a small, like, robin or something, right? It wasn't like a crow or a seagull or anything. It was just this weird, tiny little, like, bird that just came in and just, you know, very strange. Oh, it's someone I've never met. Awesome, another one here to help. Okay, so he's actually in the schoolyard that Teresa was in then. Wait a minute, he doesn't look like a nice person. It's alright. Our little teacher didn't look nice at first either. I don't think that's the problem. What are you doing? I bet you'll be surprised. We're about to build a really huge ship, one that can fly to the ends of the sky and edges of the ocean. We're going to fly a ship that exceeds everyone's imagination and fly to places that no one has ever been. What do you think? Want to come with us? I can carve your name up there too. It just happens that some materials are too heavy. You're carrying out difficult tasks? There must be some reason for it. Oh, because it's boring without change. Our little teacher said that a true adventurer dared to take that first step. Well, if you're not interested, we'll just do it ourselves. See ya! He was well aware that once a thought came into being, it was impossible to fully eliminate. Thoughts were the freest and hence the most dangerous thing in this world. I see. It is not your power, but the desire you created for them that just made them want changes for this place. Birds wish to soar into the sky, so they made themselves wings, just as what the philosopher said. But this is far from enough to undo Project Stigma. Even if you give them an opportunity and create the desire for changes, whether they can successfully break out of a dreamland still depends on themselves. Do you really believe that these ordinary people have the ability and determination to change the world? Oh, I finished APHO, at least I think I did. No, it was exactly because you believed in them that you gave it your all to plant such an idea in their hearts. You must accomplish it yourselves, otherwise all of it would be meaningless. Yeah, I think I finished APHO. I fought like the gigantic like friggin' thing that you had to like go and jump all over these different platforms to attack them and stuff, and I went through the entire like boss gauntlet and all that crap too, so I'm fairly certain I'm done it, unless they added new things afterwards, because I haven't actually used my ticket for APHO Chapter 2 in quite some time, but I've finished Part 1 and Part 2. The last thing that I remember was this cutscene with them looking up at the sky, and they were saying something about like the sky people, and they were coming or something. I think that was the end of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain it had something to do with the sky people arriving. Don't mind me while I shovel some mac and cheese in my face. Presently, the shadow was still seeping out incessantly from spiritual Adam due to his own presence. And so the dreamland, which should not exist, kept flashing back from time to time. No worries. Cheers! I know the story of Icarus. He made wings out of feathers from his craftsman father, then tried to escape the island which imprisoned them. But he refused to heed his father's warning and flew to the height he shouldn't have. The sun melted the wax which held his feathers in place, and so he drowned in the ocean. Oh, you're truly knowledgeable. But I think you haven't spoken to him like I have. Yes, he was a mythical figure, just like you, and that's why he existed. He finally realized that he seemed to have underestimated the philosopher. Icarus is commonly regarded as being conceited, and people believe he lost his life in an unfortunate accident. But what if he dreamed of doing that for many years? When he was still very young, he once said, "I will soar into the sky and embrace my success by falling." Their ideals were completely different. They wished for their ideals to be trampled upon instead. He is the other type of hero you met. But what value does that bring? Provide a stairway for others to take, and use his own failure to warn others not to fly too high? It's the opposite. He wanted to prove something. I've flown near the sun, a place that no one has ever reached. So perhaps someone can surpass me. So why do birds fly? Because they saw the first bird try to touch the zenith with a heart as lofty as the moon, yet fall to its death on the ground. Because the other birds make similar attempts to and soar higher and higher. So birds still soar across the sky now. Which bird was he? He did not know, but for some reason, a basketball rolling on the ground came to his mind. Icarus did not fail. His descent was a result of his flight, and proof of another type of success. Even if it was a very narrow-minded way of looking at things, a romanticist's wishful thinking. But perhaps it was the only rule that made the world spin. Yes, in order to stop the sun from falling, I soared into the sky and stole your light. I shall melt because of it and fall into the ocean. If you seek to retake it, then you, all of you, must soar even higher. This is the logic of grown-ups when they transcend childhood. That is a damn good chapter, is all I can say. Damn good. Holy crap! Do you comprehend this now? Durandal, person of Equinox? I believe it's called the Platinus Equinox. Two of the strongest people stared at each other. They reached the limits of the human body in their respective eras, and they had undoubtedly taken completely different sides. Yet now, there was nothing but silence. Logically speaking, this wasn't a normal form of silence, but a quiescent form of two great forces neutralizing each other. I don't know how to say it. But in reality, previously, in order to observe the civilization he reshaped, just as he'd done so 1,000 years ago, the man walked alongside time and searched for dreams of the past within his own shadow. Yet the girl in front of him was doing the opposite. She relentlessly tried to unveil the mysteries in search of the truth of the world. Perhaps because of their ambiguous differences, the two of them surprisingly took a mutually silent yet amicable attitude towards each other. But because of their contrasting allegiances, the silence born of a tacit understanding would never end in silence. After a long quietude, the blonde woman spoke first. Shall we sit down and have a chat? You don't often get the opportunity to interact with someone from this era, do you? A comrade of mine once said, "We merely live in a cave underground, merely primitives, facing away from the entrance, sitting in chains, staring at a blank wall with the fire behind us. Occasionally, shadows are projected on the wall. Those shadows are the world to us. Shadows are everything to us." Are you referring to the special shadow beneath you? No, that is a phenomenon created by Chimera. My friends are messaging me and they're telling me that the hot sauce I gave them yesterday is being very kind to their bodies. Oh shit. No. That is a phenomenon created by Chimera. Humans can only indulge in their dreams, but Honkai beasts can only think in their dreams. Yeah, I made shotgun shells yesterday, which are essentially noodles stuffed with beef, wrapped in bacon, and put on a smoker and then covered in barbecue sauce. But a couple of them I threw in flatline hot sauce, which is incredibly potent, just to spice things up a little bit. And I kind of did like a roulette, so my friends got to pick whichever shotgun shell they wanted to eat. And yep, some of them picked the wrong one. It's fun. It's all in good fun. Chimera integrated the dreams of all Honkai beasts and so created those shadows that corrupt humans' dreams. If that was merely an analogy, then the issue is much simpler. What are you trying to say? Fuhua has left the cave you spoke of. And you can, too. Perhaps. If Project Stigma did not exist, fully integrating into your world, it does require determination, but it is not difficult. What's truly difficult is casting aside everything after what I've done. You don't want to become Otto. I don't have to. Of course, perhaps in your eyes, I am just as prideful as him. How do they remember him if he erased himself from existence? After all, I played the role of the coffin maker from the very beginning. I mean, I guess he never really erased his history. He just kind of, you know, went about his own thing. Nice. In the days before the world's end, or world ends, people will die in droves every single day. Obviously, so long as it's possible, everyone must rack their brains to produce a variety of caskets and build all sorts of cemeteries. It may not be beneficial to the survival of humanity, but it's necessary for civilization's sake. If it's too different from Project Stigma, is it? It isn't, sorry. Perhaps. Still, from a positive perspective, warriors have letters prepared before going to war. They could be stationed in the barracks, the transport aircraft, or even on a train or a ship. Every one of them would write a letter that carries their hope towards the future and what they wish to entrust to the world. Whatever we do, as long as we have faith in ourselves, it will never turn out to be meaningless. We fight to protect the good in this world, and the things we deem important. They may seem small and insignificant, but that's only because they are seeds. These seeds that are destined for something good will one day blossom and thrive into a beautiful garden. No matter what, you've always been a part of it, Kevin. That's a little beyond the scope of my confidence. At the very least, we still do our best to kill each other in the upcoming battle. It's a fact set in stone, and the only way to defeat Honkai. I know. After all, your friend, Sue? I think he has come to accept it. Yeah, I know, right? Then, both of us have grown. Even without putting it into words. I think it's good, though. A lot of, like, the complex words and stuff that I don't quite understand. Usually, after the fact, I kind of go back and I either put it in Google and try to see how it's pronounced or the meanings behind them if I didn't quite understand the context. But I think that the way that the dialogue is conveyed, it still does give you an answer as to what they're trying to say. It just requires a little excess thinking sometimes, I guess. I don't know. Or it requires you to pay attention, is what I'm trying to say. In my opinion, he thinks you're the most courageous and strongest person from that era. However, I do agree it could be worded much more simply. You stand before us and treat all things as insignificant, but that is because a true abyss lies behind you, and none can survive it. You cannot take a step back, nor can you take any risk, but even then, you entrusted the last bit of uncertainty to him, and to us. You don't have to validate me like this. I'm your enemy. Nothing more, nothing less. I know. So, if I have the opportunity to kill you in a fair fight, or maybe I should say, kill the ideal you represent, my companions and I will not hesitate. Oh, vicissitude? That will be the best. Facing this man who was frozen in time reminded her of a classic monologue by a certain playwright. He was the noblest Roman of them all. All of the conspirators save only he. Did that they did in envy of great Caesar. I get it. He only, in a general honest thought, and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle. The elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man. Hector knew the kingdom would eventually fall, and Achilles was aware that he was on his way to death. Yet both warriors stepped into battle just as fearless and bold. You took from our myths and left such a prophecy behind. Did you expect this battle from the very beginning? No, but I hoped for it. He paused, but he did not continue his words, and so the girl replied again. We believe in Kiana and all the herschers who stand with humanity. Of course, from another perspective, we believe in you, too. Interesting. As it was said, Kevin Kaslana was a name that was bound to be questioned and criticized. The power he possessed was at a height that no one could reach, but even such power wasn't reliable enough in the face of finality. He was once the leader of humanity, yet now he had pushed humanity to the brink of extinction with his own hands. His contributions and crimes were almost impossible to judge. But there was one thing that no one had ever denied. No matter how he lived or how he might die, Kevin Kaslana was a name that would always be human. Goodbye. Send my regards to the last Kaslana. I will. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you stopping back, as always. And yeah, I've been trying to get around to streaming. My apologies. Goodbye, First Kaslana. It has been excruciatingly busy at work. Things are starting to slow down, though. And my family has been, like, sick for the last, I don't know, 2 months or more. So it's been kind of like a pain to try to work up the, I don't want to say courage, but the energy, to get the energy to stream again. And I've got a lot to catch up on. Obviously, I've got, you know, the entirety of this chapter, but I've also got Genshin stuff with, like, Dainsleif quests. I haven't even, like, did the latest one, so I've still got to do that. There's going to be streams in the near future here. I just got to try to get back into the swing of things and make time. Time has really been my enemy more than anything the last little while, so hopefully it's a sign of things to change. The man walked away once he finished, but I do appreciate the warm welcome back, thank you. As he turned around, that figure no longer belonged to the first Kaslana, but to the last Honkai. Truthfully speaking, to communicate with another as a human was an unexpected gift to this man. But that could not change anything, especially the project he'd taken on since a long time ago. Everything also remained the same for the girl who stayed. As she composed herself with deep breaths, the girl attempted to awaken something that had long become one with her. The plan she sought to bring to fruition was similarly resistant to all external influences. And when this conversation between Kaslanas eventually turned into a conversation between warriors again, just like when they first met, she should hold her weapon tight. I can wield a blade as my weapon because only I can break it with my own hands. The man once made this judgment, but if he could see the girl now, clearly he would face a different answer. I can wield the blade as my weapon because I have become one with it. Regardless, the name Durandal held two meanings as well. As for the other, besides the girl herself, it represented power capable of splitting the continent. And thus, she ascertained a certain truth. Well, shit. I can't wait, dude. Things are finally coming to the ultimate climax, I believe. Pardon me. Yeah. Dreams were as fragile as bubbles. So when this project of dreams took a turn, everyone felt nervous. Hello everyone, this is Rita Rossweiss, and this is my 8th situation report. Thanks to the efforts of the Valkyries, the aggregation of dreams constructed by Project Stigma is showing signs of weakening. According to Nagamitsu's calculations and how things are going, after 35 days, this aggregation... Please wait, I'm receiving new information. I apologize, the information I just provided was inaccurate. Based on the data Durandal-sama just obtained from Kevin Kaslana, according to the current model, the spontaneous disintegration of the dreams will be mended by Kevin's shadows. Okay, so we need another answer. Even though we've ingeniously stopped dreams from expanding and dwindled them instead, Kevin's shadows are completely different beings. Wait, what do you mean, completely different beings? Get Nagamitsu here and tell her to explain. As expected, you got anxious, Tesla-senpai. Oh, so you were listening. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Basically, Kevin may be unaware of it, but his power of Finality is using Honkai Beast to mend what we call the aggregation of dreams. So, consciously or unconsciously, Honkai Beasts are being implanted into people's dreams. Huh? You've previously received a report on this. Honkai Beasts rely on dreams to think, right? Hey, wasn't that just metaphorical? Indeed, but the metaphor itself provides a very good explanation of Kevin's current influence on the aggregation. The true way that humans think is by creating stories, not sharing fantasies. It is the fundamental reason why we have an opportunity to destroy the aggregation. But dreams are everything to Honkai Beasts, just like Stigma awakens nature of connecting things. It is why they became the natural adhesive agent for Project Stigma. Moreover, because they are completely unrelated to creation, the guidance we provide to ordinary people cannot be used on Honkai Beast. Anyway, I've sent you the specifics. Please do take a look at it. So, even if every step of our plan goes smoothly, it's still too inefficient. What the heck? That chimera is such a pain. But under such circumstances, can we still rely on Teresa-sama's ability to devour dreams? Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem, but it will probably be inadequate. Damn it! We almost had it! The expression she made at this moment was extremely rare for Rita, who always claimed to be a maid. Elegance isn't innate after all, it is a technique. Its basic requirement is the calm restraint of emotions. But the possibility she thought of now was too ridiculous, so much so that it was like the ravings of a child. Power, Finality, Dreamlands, Shadows, Cocoon. If you neglected their complicated backgrounds and considered them literally, she recalled the confident boasting she heard in a bubble universe back when she was 17 years old. This is a grand project. It's almost flawless. It just lacks an executor. Become the breaker of the world. The nature of what we want to do is the same. We're merely expanding our target of destruction to the world. Since we can even treat dreams like material objects, then those shadows. Just as how T-symmetry in geometry can change the location of its target from outside the circle to the inside of it. Hey! The same irritable voice brought the maid back from her thoughts. Considering the professionalism of the two professors, she decided to tell them about the ridiculous possibility. So she kind of wants us to create a vacuum to drag the dreams or the people outside of spiritual atom. Is that what she's thinking? A supposition might seem absolutely absurd in the beginning. They were well aware of that. Actually, I've come up with a rather risky plan. I'm just not sure if it's technically feasible. Well, wouldn't it be obvious once you tell us? Hurry up! Spill it! We're in need of ideas right now. The desperate Dr. Tesla would have never imagined that. Their judgment would entirely change the passive attitude humanity had against the power of finality. Of course, it still required the help of different people with different types of powers if one was to describe this plan in the most representative manner. Only those with morals can love and hate. Those who pursue morality can do no wrong. Oh, it really is completely different now. At Mount Taishuan, far away from Anti-Entropy HQ, the woman had a better view of the aggregation's weakening than the others after she returned. Ah, a bustling atmosphere is always the best. Unlike her experience while liberating the land, her descent from the sky even scared some children. This place was no longer so desolate due to previous efforts. Despite her desire to slowly enjoy the scenery here like a tourist, the heroic woman's footsteps didn't stop for even a moment. She knew how important this visit was for that risky plan. Hell yes, Sushang. Although the Great Master was so sure of it, will the Herscher of Sentience really be here? Yep, that's the answer. Hello, Herscher of Sentience. Am I not welcome here? Why do I need to welcome you? This isn't my home, nor is it yours. But it's the Great Master's home, and someone told me... Forget it. Let's fight first. Huh? What's wrong? You've roamed the world, haven't you? Never seen a fight before? Even there, you need a good reason for a fight. I'm the Herscher of Sentience. I know what you plan to say. Got it? I see. You're just in a bad mood. Enough talk. Will you fight me or not? Since you put it like that, I won't hold back. I'm Li Sushang from Wanderer's House. Let's fight. Hell yes. Fight time! It was getting a little bit story heavy there. A lot of dialogue. Gotta love it. I don't hate it. I just would like some action to break up the reading and give my voice a little bit of a rest. Talking for hours on end is not as easy as it seems, trust me. No! I'd gone berserk at the time. I should be reading the dialogue, right? Master had to fight me in order to save my life. Just... Dude, I'm gonna get wrecked. Alright, enough. Let's fight. We have been fighting Herscher of Sentience. Thank you. I hate annoying stories like that. You're the one who mentioned my master. Is that it? She had 2 life bars, so I was kind of, or not, well, life bars, but she had the 2 red dots, which made me think that there was going to be 2 forms. Huh. Not bad. Not bad indeed. You've got some moves. So, you're satisfied? Of course not. Didn't they send you here to convince me? Just that much fighting is far from enough. I'm not here to convince you about anything. I'm here to tell you about the danger this world is facing. Huh? And what has that got to do with me? Why don't you ask that great master of yours for help instead? I've helped you so many times, so why don't you turn to her for once? The great master has her responsibilities, of course. But before that, the world really needs you, Herscher Sentience. Who told you to say that? Kiana? Or was it Sella? Sella. Neither. It was Dr. Tesla and Dr. Einstein. And Great Master. I was tempted to say Zila. She did not have to respond to that request. Actually, even if the Herscher always followed her heart, and she only did things as she pleased, but that merely meant that she wasn't concerned with trivialities. That she wasn't intelligent. After they confronted Kevin together on the moon, the Herscher Sentience did contemplate her unreasonable experiences. Due to her own uniqueness, Project Stigma didn't affect her at all, and it was obvious that she didn't care about humanity's future. But what if she did it all just for her fuhua? Bah, that old timer isn't worth it. See, she would never admit it. Forget it. I'll think of it as returning her a favor. I don't want to owe her anything. Alright. Tell me about it. I guess I'll have to finish what I started and see this through. And so, her personality seemingly also became her destiny. So she agreed to help. Ah, crap. Back into the dreams. Let's see how my shadows are doing. The Elysian Realm. Wasn't expecting to see this place. I will definitely say that much. Alright, let's continue. Is Alicia gonna make an appearance? Possibly? Whose dream are we in? Eden? That's interesting. After extremely careful observation, the man finally determined that this scene before him was no coincidence. Just like how even a monkey could quote Shakespeare, no dream weaved by the 7 billion wills would be strange enough to warrant his time and thoughts. But this is the Elysian Realm, and not a coincidence made from dream materials. Right after he came to this conclusion, the man shook his head and rejected it. The aggregation of dreams was not omnipotent, and the beauty it weaved together required existing materials for its foundation. But whether it's Raiden, Hua, or Klein, every witness of the Elysian Realm was not in a dream. In other words, there was only one possibility behind the scene before his eyes now. The man looked around once more. He seemed intent on finding some kind of flaw to prove against that absurd possibility. But to no avail. Does that mean I am dreaming now? A dose of his own medicine. Obviously, someone was trying to do that unto him. Yeah, really though, right? But he was Chimera's incarnation. No dream could touch the power of finality he possessed. The heck? Absorb it? There was a planet with no atmosphere in the dreams of Honkai beasts. There were no seasons there, and the dark soil constantly burnt under the hot sun. Finality served no purpose there. Everlasting death consumed the entire planet. Is he just walking around absorbing Honkai beasts? There was a planet shrouded by acid clouds in the dreams of Honkai beasts. There, a day felt like a year, and beyond the clouds, the sun rose from the west and set from the east. Finality had long finished its work there. Everlasting death consumed the entire planet. No worries, no worries. I will be fine. I have coffee to soothe my voice right here. Good old coffee. There was a planet where crimson sand filled the sky in the dreams of Honkai beasts. Though 2 moons hung in the sky, and one shone brighter than Venus. Finality had stalled there. The sparse bubble universes are the final echoes of civilization. Why am I slowly making my way towards Vilvi's laboratory? Huh? Pathetic. Well then. Okay. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. There was a gas giant with beautiful light in the dreams of Honkai beasts. One of its satellites remained dormant in its cradle, waiting for the light and warmth to bestow life upon it. Each and every single one of these Honkai beasts are representing planets in the solar system, right? Is that what I'm getting out of this? There were 2 ice giants with unending blizzards in the dreams of Honkai beasts. The enchanting pastel blue, the captivating cerulean blue, cruel in its beauty, just like the galaxy. There was a gas giant with complex patterns in the dreams of Honkai beast. One of the satellites was damaged by tidal force and lava constantly spewed on its surface, covering the planet in sulfur. Yeah. Is this gonna set me back to the beginning of the room again? Show yourself. Herscher of sentience. Oh, he's on us. Oh, snap. It's about to go down. Heh. You live up to your reputation. Even though I've been doing my best to use Honkai Beast's dreams to attack the Chimera source, it barely troubled you. Strictly speaking, Honkai Beasts aren't sentient beings, so your power was never meant to be used on them. No worries, thanks for the heads up. Well, I found something quite novel. And in case you're missing anything, all of this is going to be archived in my past broadcast playlist on my channel, so just a little heads up, especially for anybody that's wanting to watch after the fact and all that stuff. I'm sure you guys will see it, so it's there. Honkai Beasts rely on dreams to think. Is that true? They are the limbs of herschers and the cocoon's senses. The dreams encompass Finality's thoughts on the entire solar system. Does that mean they are actually otherworldly visitors? Based on these dreams, they have been to the other planets in the solar system long before they landed on the moon. The Earth may be their last stop. I see. That's amazing. In that case, do you want to consider sharing this part of Chimera's power with us? If you're capable of it, you can try to take it. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't be asking for me to give my power to all of you. It'll only become a responsibility that you cannot uphold. I knew it. Fine. If you want to fight, shall we have a go? You should know that you're no match for me. Are you forgetting something? This is a dream, and it's a space of sentience. Yeah, I've seen that they released a video, but again, I've been very reluctant. I haven't even checked out the graduation trip video or anything yet. Like, I've literally just been staying clear of absolutely everything because I just don't want to spoil anything or like ruin my reactions for you guys, any of that stuff. So hopefully it's been a worthwhile effort to avoid literally everything. Oh crap! Nice. Yeah, I'd be very interested in to see what their thought process behind the entire story was and where their plans are going from here on out. Because I know things are going to be changing drastically with the upcoming patch. And I kind of want to get Chapter 35 completed before that patch releases. So I'm going to make an effort. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that it's quite damn sad. So we will have to wait and see. That's the only thing that I know. And I do have my own speculations about what's going to happen, so I've been speculating, I'll be 100% honest with you guys, about how this is going to end, and I'm fairly confident that I may have been on to how this is going to end. Probably for the last, I don't know, it's like 6-7 months. I have been saying that Kiana was going to become the Herscher of the End, aka Finality, I guess, since I learned about Gun Girls Z, or whatever it is, or Gun Girls? Yeah, Gun Girls. I was already speculating that she was going to become the Herscher of the End since then. And that was like over a year ago, so... Away from the Herscher of Sentience's battlefield, at a place far from the influence of dreams. After an emergency communication, the Shixel Overseer started to assimilate all the misinformation. I just find myself very analytical of a lot of like media now because I've seen so many different stories unfold certain ways that you can kind of piece together where the story's going if you've been paying attention, and I have my own theories about how this is going to end, so hopefully I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but judging by everybody's reactions, I'm probably not wrong. Even when she walked through dreams, she was often worried about everything going on elsewhere. After all, in that risky yet crucial plan, the first executor was too unstable. How are things looking, Sele? Sele said the Herscher of Sentience's domain has come into contact with Kevin's chimera. The battle may have already begun. How are the others doing, Rita? Oh, okay, yeah, well, about how anything happens, I'm not sure, but I have my feelings about what happens well, not specifically, but like vaguely. I kind of think I know what happens. Durano Sama is in position. Kiana, May, and Bronya are awaiting orders as well. Now, whether we can really get a chance is up to the Herscher of Sentience. Or maybe it's better to say her tenacity. But even if it's the legendary blade, how will it cut down Kevin's shadow? This plan is actually inspired by Sele's experiences. Huh? Kevin's shadow is actually a manifestation of Chimera. It is a dream shared among all the Honkai beasts that had fused into Kevin. As for the inspiration you gave us, Sele, it's the other Sele, of course. You temporarily lost contact with her on the moon, right? Yes? Which means cutting down Kevin's shadow is actually similar to hair temporarily separating the other me from me. Yes, but the important prerequisite is to falter the power of Finality. When I raised the question about whether Chimera could be cut, Dr. Tesla pointed out that merely targeting such special manifestations wouldn't change anything. What we call Chimera has long been linked with the power of Finality. Even if Kevin did succeed at dominating Finality through this means, But as those who've come after, the only way we can benefit from it is by faltering the power of finality to waver that link. Only then will the inspiration we just mentioned have a theoretical possibility of success. Yeah, really though. Also, the Hersher of Sentience's battle with Kevin isn't the most volatile part of the plan. But Teresa-sama, you should have a little more confidence in our plan. Believe it or not, Sarcasm Nyx was only just released when I first started playing Honkai. And that was the first character that I ever tried to roll for, and I did not get her until like recently when she was just introduced as part of a, I don't know if it was a battle pass. There was some way that you were able to get a free copy of her, and I got it that way anyways. It might have been like a spending event or something. After all, Dr. Tesla did say, I refuse to give up. Why can't we do what Kevin can? I understand, but can we monitor the battle between the Hersher of Sentience and Kevin? Nice. I also got her weapon before I got her. I was pulling for a different weapon. I believe it might have been Platinus Equinox, her spear. The Hersher of Sentience always refused to give up on things. But at that moment, she could feel. All she could feel was fear. This shouldn't be the case. This body of hers, equivalent to a vessel of sentience, was made for destruction. Like many of her comrades, even if she did not have a similar will, she had an exceptional talent. A talent for slaughter. But this was the problem. If she was born as a hunter, where did this fear come from? Relax, Hua. Everything I do is to ensure that you'll never hurt yourself again. Phew. Ha! And he's giving her a beatdown as of right now. You don't have to push yourself. I don't know why you intend to delay me here, but this is as far as you can go, Hersher of Sentience. This is really... How could such a thing happen? Ha! Enough with shameless bragging. Dude, he looks so damn cool. I love that character design. I don't care if he's a bad guy or not, he looks incredible. You think you can win against the Hersher of Sentience in a sentient space? You know that there is a precedence for this. You! Fine, then come at me again. You are just the foundation of the Mantises in the end. The same level as the old-timer. Do you really think you can match a Hersher? Hersher? For some reason, he spoke as though he was absorbed in a bygone memory. But he was not like a certain comrade in arms from the past, with a habit of being calculative. I don't know what you're betting on to do this, but you may well put your all into it, and display your prowess here. Though some things belong to her memory, there is no doubt that you possess more than her at this moment. Since I've once made a promise to make her the tombstone of the previous era. Well then, this time, do your best right from the start and let me see what you're capable of, Hersher of Sentience. This is the only way I can show you mercy before I kill you. Oh crap. Oof. I'm gonna bonk him. As soon as I get the chance, I'm gonna bonk him to death. Oof. Am I actually gonna have to fight both forms this time? I don't know. Oof. Come on, let me get that, the defense decrease. Oh, man. Yatta! Senti bonk! No! Senti bonk! No! So is this all? I just wanted to bonk, man. Come on, Kevin, let me bonk. She should still have some strength left. Feng Wang down, huh? Nope. This is the true, complete authority of a Herscher. Grips of Taishuan. A crack appeared on Diabolical's horn. In the distant past, he traded his ability to dream for discipline, rendering Feng Wang down useless against him. In other words, this was true damage. If I were you, I wouldn't use this specialty for just a sneak attack. Did I ask for your opinion? Besides, how can there be a better use for it? It sure isn't easy to make you suffer some humiliation. In other words, you did cut your connection with her. Your connection with Fuhua. If not, you shouldn't be able to use this amount of strength. Ha. I do resent the old-timer more, but she was the one who broke that shackle. If it weren't for that disciple of hers who came over just to remind me, I wouldn't have known. Well, this power is authentic and perfect. Metamorphosis isn't so important, is it? I see. Someone found the core of the 8th divine key on Mount Taishuan, and you're able to temporarily stay in it? Or was your consciousness capable of this all along? But in any case, rather than a complete Herscher of sentience, you're more of a divine key with sentience. Ha! I'm not a divine key. Anyway, whether I can defeat you is another story. But I already told you that you can't do anything against me. Do you believe me now? Indeed. In the past, your strength might still depend on Fuhua's condition, and had a clear limit. But now, as long as the core is intact, there's no way for me to completely erase you as consciousness. And since your aim is to delay, the core must be protected in a place that I cannot quickly destroy. Good on you for knowing that. Now, why don't you just obediently... Unfortunately, even so, you cannot keep me for long. I do not know the exact number, but perhaps in this dream, endless objects similar to feathers exist, acting as a medium for your power. To deplete them would be akin to fulfilling your goal. That's why I said, you can just... Herschers of sentience. You seem to have overlooked a possibility. What if someone could deplete them all in one go? What? Since you cannot be killed right now, Herschers of sentience, come, have a taste of the full power of the diabolical. Oh shit. Holy crap, man, he didn't waste any time at all. Just completely charged my ass right from the get-go. Hold up a minute. Let me charge my SP. Come on, Kevin, please. I'm just trying to attack here. I just want to bonk. Let me bonk. Yatta! Just let me bonk. Oof. I'm gonna get wrecked. He's gonna get me. He's definitely gonna get me. Oh crap, I don't know what I'm doing. Press buttons, do things. Evade. No! Oh, okay, never mind. This is an unlosable battle. Gotcha. I'm gonna regen my health as soon as I die, so we are good. We have the go for takeoff, the right to bonk. It's time to bonk. This is the end, Herschel of sentience. Ah, shit. Huh? That's not good. Indeed, you are not her, but you were born from her will, after all. Can't you speak in a way that it's easy to understand? Ain't that the case for a lot of the dialogue in this game, right? You are a herscher, but you do not have the will to decimate on behalf of Honkai. So to you, this has nothing to do with instinct. My only enemy is Honkai, but its extinction does not affect you. So to you, this has nothing to do with survival. You may be called a herscher of human too, but you have never possessed an idea beyond the concept of ego. So to you, this has nothing to do with conviction. Is this what you think easy to understand is? All in all, every obsession you embody, and the last hand you dealt, are just traces of Fuhua left inside of you. This is none of your business. Or have you assimilated to that gray serpent and aspire to be a poet too? I simply find that I'm wasting my time. I do have my own reasons for entering the spiritual atom, but they do not include being entangled with the shadow of another. Shadow? She could not help but recall the fear she had just felt, yeah, sure. But just as she had shown respect to Dr. May, perhaps that too was an instinct that was imprinted on her, her through memory? Oh, imprinted on her through memory. And also, the thing that was most likely to make her fight against herself. Enough of this nonsense. I'm not going to fall for that. I'm just here to fight you. Don't tell me what to do. She did not have time to finish her sentence. Indeed, compared to most people, this herscher seemed very independent and dismissive of the preaching of others. But the person she was facing happened to be the type who preferred actions to words. Up from the weapon named Might of An-Utu rose a flare that a normal person could not directly look at. It rose high up, wrapping around the space that belonged to the Herrscher of Sentience. From the start of this battle, the man had not made a move of this magnitude. He had become determined to finish this, and for him, it was easy enough to measure both their strengths. The form that took the blow had no time to even utter a cry of surprise before it dissolved into nothing other than not truly dying. This Herrscher had indeed lost everything. With a look of disdain, the man quietly extinguished the flames he had lit, just like his interest in the fight against her earlier. He thought that measuring her power against the Herrscher of humans would prove his time here slightly more meaningful. But the result disappointed him. Time to leave. Well, I guess he whooped Herrscher of Sentience's ass. Possibly? Uh-oh. Oh, he's gonna rage. How many times have I said this? Do you actually think you can take on the Herrscher of Sentience in mind space? We're not done yet. Bear with me for a second, guys. It seems I have a visitor. 1 second, I will be right back.
君が夢から借りた力だったのか。ようやくわかりましたよ。みんながあなたを強者だというのに、誰もあなたを聡明だと褒めない理由が。
Alright, we're back. My apologies. My daughter just, like, came in the room and asked if she can color downstairs. I'm like, yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it. You're good. I knew I missed a line of dialogue back there, too. Let's go back. These feathers are not the medium of Feng Wang down, but you're borrowing from the dreamland. I can see why everyone praises your strength, but not your intelligence. Indeed, I should have realized it long ago. Your current nature is similar to a divine key, so it is only natural that you possess this ability. Only then did this man realize that, although the girl in front of him was often regarded as a child due to her childish disposition, she was born as a herscher, an envoy of annihilation, and a psychic of immeasurable destructive power. You've attained these dreamlands and turned them into your power, haven't you? Of course. You think I used up my trump cards? Stop joking around. In Mindspace, my trump card is everything you've created. Come, Kevin. Are you capable of decimating everything? Herschers sentience. You do not need to speak such words of provocation. You cannot hide this from me. Consciously or not, the man looked at the shadow behind himself. You seem to have been resisting my attacks with human-made dreams, but they have been essentially unharmed. And when a part of them cannot bear to the attack any longer, you cleverly move it and replace it with others. That was why I could feel you still had strength left every time I struck you down. While they protect you, you protect them too. Why? Huh. Don't assume that I care if they live or die. I just think that it's important to be fair. Why do you think I don't even have a body right now? It seems you were able to achieve what you intended, Herscher of Sentience. This tactic is extraordinary indeed. Flaws do exist, but they are difficult for me to manipulate. In the instant when you move them, there is a weakness I can take advantage of to strike you down in one blow. But your familiarity with consciousness makes it so that I must take a lot more time than I have to grasp that weakness. You're overthinking it. Mere theories are not enough to deal with the Herrscher of Sentience. Then, do you know the consequence? Even if you are able to move them, you are turning those dreams into a part of yourself. If, in the end, you are unable to reverse the spiritual atom, their effect on you will be eternal. Also, if this battle lasts longer than you expected, the wills of merely 10,000 people will be enough to balance out a person's 5,000 years of memories. When that happens, you might become an entirely different person, a person whom your current self would not recognize. So what? All this to hold me back? This is too heavy a price to pay. Who says this is a price? What you said before is true. It was not my choice to become a Herrscher, nor did I choose to live under the old-timers' influence. It is the same, even after our shackles have been broken. As things are right now, if this goes on, I would be nothing, of course. So do you think that whatever you said can be still considered a price to pay? You want to live by your will to become any person you want to be. And the price I speak of, is it just a way to fulfill your wish? Oh, I can't tell if you're stupid or not. But don't be arrogant. This fight might end soon. Did you really think that my attacks were completely futile? You will fall into a dream before you grasp my weakness, Kevin. It matters not. I do not mind. Rather, I'm more interested in making this battle last as long as possible now. What? You're already barking mad. I haven't even started. Honestly, I entered this place for selfish reasons. So what you see today might not be the enforcer of Project Stigma, but the human called Kevin. So, the 8th Herscher of the past era had an affinity with Kevin. That was when he started to become inhuman. Out of his selfishness as a human, when the power of the 8th Herscher was once again used by his opponent, I do not mind ravaging this opponent slowly. There was no battle that could end in an instant. Even death required processes of varied duration to bring eternal silence. But it was not the same for victory and defeat. Similarly, ever since the man first swung his sword, the winner of this battle had already been decided. Even though she had already known that she was no match for him, the unfathomable difference between them seized her heart. She did her best, however, she could only achieve darkness and defeat. That didn't matter. Human life was defined as such. She merely used a special way to feel those emotions that originally belonged to ordinary people, but we're in a dream. But he's still so much stronger than me. No. No! You can choose to surrender again. The man had the right to speak this way. Clearly, the domain that had once belonged to the Herscher of Sentience could no longer be found. It was obvious that she was the first to falter in this battle. You! Don't even think about it! For some reason, she did not face Kevin when he shouted, or when she shouted. Instead, she turned her head to the sky, like a defiant child. I will knock him flat myself! However, just like in the past, the man was not interested in responding to his opponent's yelling at all. He stepped slowly forward, resolved to end everything. Even if that end is only temporary, for the Herscher in front of him. You. Fine. I'll do as you say. It sounded like the Herscher of Sentience was finally willing to accept Kevin's suggestion to surrender again. But in the blink of an eye, the man, relying on his instincts cultivated from battles, turned around and held his weapon up. This unexpected exchange of blows brought a belated explanation for the man's earlier doubts. I will knock him flat myself. When these words were uttered by the Herscher of Sentience, she had turned to the sky because those words were not meant for Kevin. Those words were meant for the reinforcements she was not willing to accept. Platinus Equinox, possibly? Durandal. Kinda figured. Sorry, from now on, I'm your opponent. I thought you had no intention of fighting me in this dream. Dia and Korra, if you can persuade the Herscher Sentience to stop, then I will not pursue you, either of you here. After all, I do not have anything that you need. I don't like how I can't charge my gauge. It's bull. Even if the power of Finality itself, you should, you should not look for, I don't know, to me for, Kevin, it looks like you're misunderstanding something. I do have this battle suit for her. Indeed, I don't have any intentions of fighting you. I'm just interested in your shadow. It's nice that they made the medals available through Elysian Realm for her as well. I see. You mean the reflection of Chimera? Even if your Holy Blade can cut it down, it is simply visual and of no use. That's not definite. Oh, I have to hold the button? Gotcha. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, yeah. The Dia and Korra was like my go-to battle suit before, actually, I could say even after Herscher of Flamesion. DA Ancora is probably my second favorite battlesuit now after Platinus Equinox. Okay, we got him in his second form. That's good. It's just a whole lot of alt spamming with this battlesuit. And I was fortunate enough to actually get all of her Stigmata and her Prior Arm for Dia Ancora as well, which is one of the main reasons why I even use her over Herscher Flamesion for a lot of content. Oh, baby. There was no doubt that up against the first Kaslana, the one who held the power of Finality, the girl of Galactica could not do more. Even Kevin himself, when facing Finality, did not have a glorious battle record. His strongest strike 50,000 years ago only exchanged for an opportunity for a handful of people, let alone attain victory. Yeah, I gotcha. The girl's actions now seem similar, but my Herscher Flamesion, I think I'm missing like one Stigmata for her now, I believe. Something like that. If there must be a comparison of how similar their situations were, it was impossible to ignore the difference. Their weapons. For example, when the Herscher Sentience recalled Kevin's strike, all she could think of were the flames that covered the sky. The key of destruction. Judgment of Shamash. Even with his strength, the man still had to rely on a weapon when he made his final stand. But now, it's not the same for the girl. Many years ago, she had already obtained a weapon that was no less powerful than the Divine Key, a holy blade called Durandal. Oh, I haven't seen it yet, so I'll have to wait and see that new skin, the Herscher human. But why had she, in the face of a strong enemy, deliberately chosen to use the Astral Harness and not use her own killer skill? This question had also crossed the man's mind before, but he did not care. And when he finally knew the truth, it was too late. This really is. Oh, I'm sure I will. Their designs are great. Unexpected, but reasonable. Clearly, for both parties, this battle had been settled, or had been at a stalemate for way too long. However, when it finally came down to this moment, according to a certain plan, the reinforcement truly responsible for temporarily ending this battle had finally joined the fray. To herself and to Kevin, the form she took now was familiar, yet contemptible. When she first used this power, it made her betray herself and trampled all in sight. Kevin was the only witness to this, and thus, he knew better than anyone else just how unwilling she is to use this. Holy shit! Power known as active Honkai reaction. Oh my god, she looks cool! Holy shit, dude! That is badass! Can we get that, please? Hooah! You don't always have to be like this. Always putting everything on the line. The holy blade that should have appeared in the hands of his successor took on a different look, and instead was held in the hands of this old friend in front of him. From the time the Herscher Sentience appeared to challenge him, their plan had been put into motion, and at this moment, they finally reached their goal. With a weapon that no one expected her to use, this girl dealt a blazing blow with the power of active Honkai reaction, cutting something away from Kevin. That thing in her hand turned into a torch. It burned fiercely and was full of vitality. I'm not putting everything on the line. I like the change in her voice as well. Kevin, you once risked all of yourself to give the future half a day of respite. Or respite. This time, I am merely performing the same duty. Can we get an in-game model for that, please? Please. 50,000 years. When expressed as a number, its sheer length becomes difficult to grasp. Yet some said every story on this planet could be measured by 3 years. Whether someone could be your friend or lover for life, a moment could be remembered, a venture could succeed, everything could be tested in 3 years. 50,000 years was long enough for these life-changing moments to occur 16,000 times. And the two worlds separated by this time span would be entirely different. The people of that ancient age faced a strange world that the people of today could not understand. They followed strange rules in their daily life. 1 second, guys. My apologies once again. No worries, no worries. The people of that ancient age faced a strange world that the people of today could not understand. They followed strange rules in their daily life. Okay. One must, above all, pardon these unhappy souls who chose to go on a pilgrimage on foot, who walk along the shore, and who look without understanding upon the horror of the struggle, and the deep sorrow of the vanquished. Oh. What is going on here? Why is it allowing me to roam around wherever I please? It's just going to lead me back in the same hallway, right? No? That's interesting. I didn't know if I'd find any kind of like hidden anything. I usually do this in almost like every single RPG I play, so... Let's continue on. There was no doubt that the girl was the winner now, but just like the people of this era, she felt nothing but fear in her heart. The reason was simple. They knew that all victories were temporary, just like the girl's situation now. With extreme caution, the girl recalled the bitter battle earlier and started to take stock of her injuries. Before, she was surrounded by numerous monsters in this abandoned research facility, or at least it seemed abandoned, and the remains next to her indicated the current progress of the battle. However, the girl could still recall that shadowy existence, whose appearance was difficult to make out, and the fear that she felt before lingered. No, the battle isn't over yet. The most powerful enemy is still around. It's terrifying. It must not be allowed to leave this place. Honkai must be annihilated. Again, a battlesuit that I like rarely ever use. Just a heads up, don't judge my play. I'm not that great. I can sense that it's almost at the exit. I must move quickly. Kevin!
さっき感じた力は
Was it his power that I had sensed just now?
君なのか
Hua,
フワ
is that you?
崩壊
Honkai
必ず
must be annihilated.
フワ
Hua, it's me, Kevin.
ケビンだ
Oh man, she is not well. She is not well at all. At least his attacks are somewhat predictable. I don't know why that side effect appeared again. Oof. But I'm sorry, Hua. With your current strength, this is the only way for me to stop you. Oof. Ah, shit. Dude, he's friggin' fast. I don't have enough SP, I take it. I need to transform! He doesn't have much life left. We got him. Oof. This is not good. This is not good. Oh shit, this is the scene from before. Everything I do is to ensure that you'll never hurt yourself again. Don't worry, after this, May will fix everything. You're not a monster. Not now, and not in the future. To the girl, that event ended this way. When she awoke again, she was submerged in a life support chamber. She could only feel the pain in her torso, and did not even have the strength to open her eyes. She only learned the truth of what happened a long time after. In other words, no matter what happens, I cannot use that power again in the future. That's right. There's just one exception. And that's when the other moths have been destroyed, except for you. But once that happens, it won't mean much, even if you do that. So, what is this all for? We aren't sure yet, to be honest, but the greatest possibility is that Swara, with its close resemblance to discipline, produced an unexpected change when it was used on you. Perhaps it was due to your obsession. Now, eliminating Honkai is no longer a choice for you, but an instinct that is practically impossible for you to ignore. But Mantis is an existence that was born from using the power of Honkai. And so, sometimes when you control yourself, or when your control over yourself is weakened, you will be forced to let your instincts drive you and destroy everything related to Honkai, including your comrades, and even yourself. If you force yourself, there is only one ending. After annihilating everything, you will see yourself as your greatest enemy and attack without mercy. The restorative properties of Garuda will also allow you to recover from heavy injuries quickly. In other words, you will enter a cycle of perpetual hell. The girl could not retort. The memories of the past flooded back to her once again. She retorted to using active Honkai reaction for the first time. Not so long ago, it did destroy a large number of enemies, but it also brought destruction that could not be tolerated. That's right, the research facility was not abandoned, but destroyed by her, its guardian. And the most powerful monster she had been chasing was herself. Because of this coincidental accident, nobody else had ever seen how she looked when she used active Honkai reaction. And for the moths who heard of the incident, they were perhaps interested in checking the archives, but about that figure, even as the strongest, Kevin also went through active Honkai reaction to tame that figure. All they learned was a name. Garuda. In the spiritual atom, the battle between the girls and the wielder of Finality continued. And they had achieved victory, temporarily. Just as the previous brief encounter, the absence of Swara made it possible for this figure to appear in this world again. Hua. At this moment, the man still spoke from habit and called her by this familiar name. Even though he knew, as he uttered that name, that the person before him was completely different from who she was in the past. I really like that her name is Garuda because it just makes you think of Final Fantasy, and Garuda's like one of the most badass summons in that, so, you know. The herschers sentience, person of Equinox. They were all just distractions, weren't they? I don't know what the herschers sentience may think. She probably thought she wouldn't lose a head-on fight against you. But it is true that defeating you is not our goal. We don't have the ability to either. These words from her seemed ironic. After all, just earlier she had used the power of active Honkai reaction and made the surrounding space an uncanny chaos with just one blow. Even when I use my full power, I can barely waver the power of Finality in you. I am not your intended target after all. As he said that, the man turned his gaze to the torchlight in Fuhua's hand. He saw through its appearance and knew its true form. It was an object that had always been with him. So you tried several times to challenge the power of Finality, even through unimpressive means, just to get my shadow. No wonder the person of Equinox had no intention of using their full strength. Durandal. She lent the weapon she possessed to you. Even if it's the power of active Honkai reaction, it is still difficult to grasp space itself. Of course, the power that Garuda gave me cannot be discounted either. But if you want to slash through the intangible, sharp weapons like the Holy Blade are just as crucial. You call it the Holy Blade too, huh? Hearing a different name for that weapon reminded him of the time when he heard it was created. Before his successor ended drifting in the Sea of Quanta and learned to harness its power, it was another ambitious creation of the Moths. In its complete form, it could even cut through space itself. It had deviated from the original goal of manipulating microscopic particles farther than it had from its name. Jeez. The same can be said for many things after 50,000 years, and he was no exception. When I defended myself, thinking that the Ancora was aimed at me, you used it to cut a part of my shadow away. But what truly surprised me was that you seemed to understand its true nature. As the man said, that shadow behind him, surging with hundreds of beasts, was also seen by a certain agent of the World Serpent recently. But other than a cry of horror, she could not learn anything about the nature of that shadow. Indeed, this has never been my forte. At least, I have not changed much in this regard, compared to the Hua that you know. I'm just following the instructions of others. I was surprised when the shadow took on the form of a torchlight after breaking away from you. But in this era, geniuses exist too. With mere scraps of information, they could deduce your weakness and allowed me to understand the price you paid. Kevin, when you controlled the power of Finality, it wasn't as easy as you made it seem, was it? In the beginning, They thought those shadows were manifestations of your dreams after Project Stigma was completed.
あなた自身の夢の具しかし
But I know that's
それ
impossible.
はありえないことだと私は戒律の存在
Because of discipline. You lost the ability to dream tens of thousands of years ago.
それがどう
So,
ですので
the speculation may sound ridiculous at first, but since you deny that you're the herscher of Finality, it's become extremely likely.
あなたが今
The situation you are in is no different from the consequence I incurred by forcibly using active Honkai reaction when I possessed Swara. You somehow obtained the power of Finality, but if you're not a herscher, you, like any other normal person, cannot bear its power. In other words, that power is continuously destroying your physical body. And, as the end product of Chimera, your physical body has the same Garuda genes as mine does. In fact, yours are even more potent than mine, due to the traits of Chimera. And so, your body, or should I say, the low-class Honkai beast you fused with, are being continuously destroyed while being continuously reborn. And the so-called shadow is the corpse of you, the usurper, and the last dream of those Honkai beasts. From what I can sense, it's also being pursued by the true authority of the cocoon of Finality. In fact, right now, I must sustain an active Honkai reaction, or I will be destroyed by that power in an instant. Kevin, you are not lying indeed, yet you are using ambiguous words to disguise your current condition. It's amazing that you can still maintain even the most basic of human sanity right now. So he's in an internal struggle. It seems your earlier self-assessment was indeed too modest. So, is that the truth? This is insignificant in comparison for the price humans have paid. So he's literally willing to sacrifice his entire being to achieve his goal. But this also suggests that you have other options aside from battling me. Yes, this pursuit from the cocoon is frightful, but if you look at it from another angle, it also allows us to reverse locate the cocoon of Finality. And it offers me a chance to seize the power of Finality from you. In this sense, the possibilities it brings are better than anything we anticipated before. It'd be wonderful if you're able to do all that. Hua, what makes you so confident in those children? For example, before you obtain the power, you're unsure of whether you can bear the power temporarily like I can. Yes, but Kevin, they are not just children, but an era. In that sense, they are no different from you. Besides, when we joined the battle against the herschers, we weren't much older than them. But you should also know that numerous geniuses drained themselves for that narrow victory. A minor error can overturn everything, and we will not have a third chance, unless they can surpass me in a more definite way. Otherwise, I will remain the Finality for all of you. Kevin, you, me, and everyone in the previous era. Perhaps we were all impulsive when it came to emotional matters, but we never let emotions get the better of us. In other words, you're not looking for a chance. You already have a plan. The girl gave no answer. She must not, in any form, let Kevin realize the whole of their plan. After all, if Kevin was lenient, he was still capable of extinguishing the fire before it could spread. Their insistence on absolute ironically led them to the same destination. This will do. In any case, it's about time for this long day to end. Kevin? You're right. We were never swayed by emotions. Even though I don't want to fight you, I would still do it to get my shadow back. You've won this battle, unless I kill you here, along with that shadow.
君と共にその影をここで殺してしまえば
You know that I'm not afraid of you.
初めから
We were not fighting for life and death from the start.
わけではない僕は結
I only care for results now. Since you think you can succeed,
自分その結
try to bring those results to me.
僕の前まで持ってくるといい
Out of habit, the man looked up and gazed afar in search of the moon, despite being inside the spiritual atom. Everything started here, and everything would end here. The man had that premonition. But he also said,
たとえ未来を変えられな
even if I can't change the future,
私
how
は
I
その
get there
結果にたどり
is up
着く
to
まで
me.
の過程をかつての彼女は
She
そう言
once said
った
that,
だが
but I cannot do that.
僕にはできないそれは
This is also why I don't care about what all of you are trying to do.
気にしない理由でもあるどう
No
始ま
matter how it started,
どう
how it
進んだか
proceeds,
など関係どう
I will
終わる
decide how it ends.
僕がこの手で決める
Well, shit.
テレサさん
Teresa, you have prepared yourself, yes? To decide everything yourself.
自分の手です
Yeah, honestly, nobody can guarantee that their method will bring the dreamer back to reality willingly. So, I'll be ready to do it the hard way in case anything goes wrong.
ちょっと強めな準備
夢を飲み
Using the power of Vishnu to devour dreams?
そうよ
Yes.
初めて
Early on, when I first entered the Stigma space, I had already devoured my own dreams, so
だからもし収集が
if the situation spins out of control, I will not hesitate to devour those dreams that cannot be
躊躇
awoken.
なく飲み込むわ人類の心
I've
と
walked
歴
into
史
the
の
heart
中
of
に
and
入って
history of humans, so I must take responsibility for their future. And at least, this is safer than directly bombarding dreams with
少なくと
energy.
もエネルギーで夢を爆発させる
Do as you like, Teresa.
テレサ他人を導
It is said that a person can only lead the way for others, but not walk in their place. But we aren't obligated to satisfy anyone's whims. No matter what, the results of all this are the history and the future that humanity must bear. And it is for this reason, Teresa,
あんたはあんた自身
all you have to do is believe in yourself.
ありがとう
Thank you.
もし必要であれば
If it's necessary,
私は誰か
I'm
を
willing to
代
make
表
the
して
decision on behalf
選
of
択
anyone.
するわそう言ったけれど
That said, I hope that
その
moment will
時
never
が
come.
永遠に
Fortunately, the fellow humans she visited did not let her down. After breaking through several layers of dreams, the cloud of apprehension that loomed over her heart dissipated.
不可たちなら
Fuhua
必ず
and the
成功
others
するわ
will surely succeed as well.
リタの計画
According to
による
Rita's plan, we will try to take a fragment of the shadow
ケビン
from
から影
Kevin.
のかけらを奪取するはずその後私
Afterward,
は
I'll use the power of Vishnu, which shares an origin with Chimera, to devour the dreams of the Honkai beasts in the shadows. That way, I can help the girls locate the cocoon of Finality. A distant voice pierced the space and interrupted her diffused musings.
ちょっとあなたたち
Hey, you two!
ぼーっとしてる
Now's not the time to space out.
式の列
Herschers sentience?
あなた
Have you
たちは
succeeded?
成功したの
もちろん
Of course!
私を誰だと
Don't
思
you
って
know how powerful I am?
ちゃんと受け取って
Catch! Ugh. A flame rose from the void and landed in Teresa's arms. It danced about silently, appearing bright and harmless. However, at the core of the flame, there was a cold and distorted force that, like countless formless blades, pierced her skin and bones. It seemed as if her soul was being churned up and dissolved into the same void as the dream. Is this the true power of finality? Teresa! What's wrong, Teresa? Don't touch her, you dummy. Do you have a death wish? We will get assimilated by that power if we get close. But
ゼーレン
don't worry, Sele.
心配し
I'm
ない
fine.
でそうよね
Yeah. Fuhua, Herschers sentience, and even Kevin must have experienced the same pain.
あのケビンでさえもだったら
I can do it. Like them.
私も
Ha.
これぐらい
This
なん
little
ともない
pain is nothing compared to the full force of Kevin's strike. Young ones these days. Really. Wait. Something's wrong. Be careful, you two. Violent noises broke out from all around. In an instant, Selle and Teresa were surrounded by Honkai beasts. They went chasing after you guys? When did they give up? When will they give up? Oh, babe. What's going on? They are aiming for that flame. I thought the three of us got them off our tails by splitting up, but they went to you guys instead. Selle, we might have to count on you to take them out. Oh, the two from Anti-Entropy said, if we don't destroy the Honkai beast in time, the flame will fill with their dreams and might vanish. Am I on a timer? Why didn't you say so sooner? They seem to be increasing in number. Forget about that. You guys still want to locate that cocoon or whatever, right? Then, don't let this flame get extinguished. Alright, Selle, let me do it. What a bunch of fools, so eager to give up their lives. They're like ants after rain, stupid, weak, and pathetic. Too bad. The more you come, the faster you die. I won't let you get one step closer to Teresa. Disappear from my sight. What a great transition. Meanwhile, Teresa huddled tightly with the flame burning silently before her chest. No matter how the flame licked her bones and spirit, she didn't let go. Even so, the flame gradually dimmed. What do we do? Honkai beasts are still coming in droves from all directions. Even if we kill them as fast as we can, some will still escape into the shadow. It's like a candle burning in a glass jar. If the gas produced builds up in the jar, the flame will eventually be suffocated. If I'm strong enough, I can devour them at once. But as the Vishnu that grew by devouring, she must first ingest to increase her strength. And these imaginary scraps were not easy to digest. The complete Vishnu of the legends might be different, but as Teresa, she was unable to regain strength by battling. If only I could become stronger, even just by a little. Silver speckles of light suddenly gathered around her hands. These are the dreams of the ordinary people. Back in the Stigma space, she had devoured her multi-layered dream at once and thus obtained the power to escape from dreams. And now, countless sweet dreams were floating around her hands. Teresa finally realized that this space filled with countless human dreams was a vast sea of treasures for her. In the end, must I do this to all of you? After going in circles, fate placed a decision that she had hesitated to make at the beginning back in her hands. As she had promised before, she finally had to choose between the ideal and the future of humanity. And ironically, what she now needed to, could, and must devour were not those stubborn elements that prevented the dream cluster from disintegrating, but the most mundane dreams of ordinary people. Schools, parks, stadiums, daily necessities, game consoles, and electric guitars. The dreams made no sound, as if they were waiting for Teresa to decide their fate. What I hold in my hands is humanity's future, and possibly humanity's last hope. This is the final chance they've risked their lives for. I must not let them down. She made her decision in an instant. Selle, help me out. Teresa? As of realizing what Teresa was to do, the Stigma spirits returned the body to Quantum's daughter. I remember. Like you tried when you entered this place, you have the ability to sense and attract dreamlands. So, can you attract more dreamlands? In other words, keep all the dreamlands away from the Honkai beasts. Do you mean to lure them away? What if I do that? You'll be left alone to face the never-ending stream of Honkai beasts. If I recall correctly, your ability is...
大丈夫
It's okay.
夢の
Once
回数さえ
Dreamlands stop
なければ
interfering, I can destroy them
あ
all.
いつらくらい全て倒せるわ説明している
There's no
暇は
time for
な
me
い
to
わ
explain. Sell it. Please trust me.
私を信じて知ってるわ
I know you can do it.
あ
Right?
なたならできるって
Yeah.
テレサ学園長
Leave it to me, Teresa.
任せてください
Dreamlands flitted like glowing fireflies and receded with the girl's figure.
それじゃ
Alright,
あ私が代わりに
it's my turn to
前
go
線
to
に
the
出る
front line, Sele.
ゼーレ
Sele. She really did it.
やっぱりやってくれたのねこれで
This time, even if I want to become stronger by devouring Dreamlands, I have already lost what I wanted to devour. Oof.
瀬戸際で臆病な決断を
Compared to
するより
making a weak decision in a life or death situation, it's better this way. Wanting to protect everyone sure is difficult.
本当に難しいことよね私は
I'm not powerful,
力も
strong,
強くない
I'm not fit to be a leader,
ふさわしいリー
and
ダ
I'm
ー
hardly a
でなけれ
legit
ば
fighter.
立派な戦士とも言えない人類が運命の十字路
At the crossroads of humanity's destiny, I wish not to hurt anyone, but I have no power to save them all.
彼らの全てを救うこともできないそして私は
And so, I can only hesitate and waver.
前に進めないでも
But
無理やりの決断
even if this decision is only my wishful thinking,
それもまた
it is still a decision, isn't it?
そうでしょ誰一人諦め
I won't give up on anyone, and I won't make anyone a price to be paid.
それは
This is Teresa's decision as
天命
the
の使
Shixel
命である
Overseer.
私の決断だから
So it's time to use my last leverage.
使う時がこの炎は
The flame will never be extinguished.
自分の力
I will use my own power to block out these remnants.
血騎士月光
Blood Knight, Moonlight, limiter removed.
私の骨を
Feed on my bones, my flesh, my all.
ビシュヌ
Vishnu.
それで現地の住民
So you met with resistance from the locals and were forced to abort the mission? Those fools can't tell what's good for them.
そんなこと言わない
Don't say that. The masses aren't educated enough to understand Shixel's cause. Doesn't the Overseer always say that we should be tolerant of the common people? Ah, greetings, Madame Teresa.
こんにちは
Hello,
アガさん
Agatha.
テレサ様
Teresa-sama. You must be mistaking me for someone else. I'm Helen, from First Squad, Far East Branch. We just met last week. Oh,
ごめんな
I'm
さい
sorry.
何も違
There's
わ
no
ない
difference.
それぞれに
Their
違う
names are
名
different,
前があって
looks are different, but they say the same things and do the same things.
言ってまさか
Could Grandpa be right
本当にお
that
嬢様
everyone
が
is
言ったよう
actually
に
repeating the history of
みん
others?
なはただ他人の歴史をまるで
Just like me.
ここの夜景
The night view here is beautiful.
綺麗ね
どうして
Why?
窓から
Don't you think the
こぼれ
light coming through those windows is beautiful?
それは一般的な
It's
蛍
just
光灯
common
でしょ
fluorescent tubes.
明
They
度の
aren't bright enough nor decorated enough.
じゃない天命本部の
They don't
照明
hold a
とは
candle to the
全然
lights at
比べ
Shixel
物にならない
HQ.
の
でも
But those lights
その
are very
光が
warm.
一つの光
Every light represents a family.
一つの
Even if the
家庭を
lights are
表して
similar, they reflect different colors of
似
life.
たような光でも光の主人
Who are the owners of those lights? What are their stories? Are they waiting for someone?
誰かそんなことを
When I think about this, it makes me happy that I can protect a night like this.
本当に嬉しい説教は終わりま
Is
した
your lecture over? Huh.
外で作戦
It's more tiring than going into battle. These girls cause me trouble to no end.
安心で
They are energetic youngsters after all.
あなたの考え
I
方
envy your
が羨ましい
positivity.
わ
Someday, they'll tire me or anger me to death. At this rate,
そら
oh my.
先月の
Didn't you say at the opening ceremony last month, Valkyries risk their lives so that the ordinary people can live in freedom?
一般人が自由に生きていくため
あの子たちは一般
They are
人
not
じゃないでしょ
ordinary people.
違うんですか
They're not?
はいはい
Alright, calm down, my dear principal. Would you like a drink with me?
優しい学園長
In the hazy dream, the past appeared and disappeared like in bursts, like the starlight on the sea. Teresa's mind was like a boat on the sea, drifting aimlessly into the abyss of the spiritual world.
あの時の私は
What was I thinking about back
何を
then?
考えていてよく覚え
My
て
memory
ない
is hazy. I've changed a lot since then, after all.
あの子たちのおかげだ
All thanks to them.
あの子たちが
They helped me see this world
こ
with
の
new
世界の
eyes
こと
and taught me that
他の人と同じ
I am so similar, yet so different from
同
others.
じじゃないってことを知った
What am I
私
thinking?
ったら何を考えて
It's not as if I'm really going to die. The flame stopped dancing and burned silently. Teresa could clearly feel the burning warmth, and the bone-piercing cold stopped, disturbing her mind. At some point, she started to feel her limbs again.
終わったの
Is it over?
でも
But after going through the complete active Honkai reaction, I'm afraid I don't look the same anymore.
帰ったら
I wonder if Rita and the others can still recognize me when I return. It's not easy to be a good overseer who doesn't make mistakes. After much hesitation, Teresa slowly opened her eyes. Oh shit! She did not see the sharp claws that she had been expecting. She saw a pair of hands belonging to a girl whose fingers were slender and whose nails were round, like all teenagers approaching adulthood. She had seen the scene countless times in dreams, but had never thought that she'd actually fulfill a wish that had long been buried in memories in this scene.
私は
Have I grown up? The gift forgotten by fate returned to her in such a surprising form after she had forgotten it for decades. Even in this time of crisis, she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Does this also count as everyone being overprotective of me? The howling of Honkai beasts came from far away once more.
来なさい
Come, I will devour you all, no matter how many times it
何
takes.
も残らないように私は
I am Teresa Apocalypse,
天命の大
the
使
Shixel Overseer.
この距離なら大丈夫だよね
This distance should be enough.
テレサ学園長
I
の
wonder how
方は
things are
どうな
with
ってる
Teresa.
のかな
良くない状況か
Not
も
too
しれ
good,
ない
I'm afraid.
どうしたの
What? You don't remember me? You have the nerve to appear before me? Good. I'll strike fear into your spine. You're bad-tempered as usual.
ゼーレ
Celeb, she's...
前に
Remember how we lost contact recently?
つまり
So it was her.
それが彼女の仕業心配しない
Don't worry, Celeb. Soon,
もうすぐ彼女
soon she will regret everything she did.
後悔
The woman who had returned the name Hare looked at the two who had tensed up at the sight of her and smiled helplessly. She felt that she still lacked the ability to make friends.
あなたたちの今の気
I
持ちは
understand how you
わかる
feel now. I didn't know you well enough in the past, so I made some mistakes.
でも
But I'm afraid now's not the time for that. After all,
あなたの仲
your friends from earlier are in danger right
間
now.
目に遭ってるかもしれない
Teresa? Hey, what did you do to her?
あら
You misunderstood.
私はただの
I'm just an
関係ない
innocent passerby.
通りすがりだもん
I didn't do anything. And don't intend to partake in any of your operations.
つもりもないわでも
But I happen to have information you truly need. You better not play your tricks on us.
方がいいわよ
本当に何も考え
There really is no trick.
私が知って
From
る
what I
限り
know,
は
there happens to be a person in this dream maze who may be of help to
あ
you.
なたたちを助けられどうかしら
How about it? Do you want to go into the dreamland again to have a look?
もし信じて
I'd be delighted if you were to
嬉し
believe
い
me.
わだって
You see, I've always been an honest
誠
person.
実な人だものそれじゃあ
So, this is farewell.
あなた
You
誤解しないで
don't be mistaken. I
本
just
当は
really don't have much time left in the
こう
proper
いう
world.
世界にはな
Hair smiled and her body gradually blurred, ultimately becoming a dreamlike glow that vanished before Cele's eyes. Just like when she appeared. The world began in chaos. In the chaotic dreamland, the girl slept in chaos. Countless silk-thin threads were scattered around her, their tender touches evoking her thoughts. There was a complete story in each thread, cycling as the clock went. From the girl and the battleship at dusk, to the origin and finality under the starry sky. This was how everything existed in the pseudotime crystal. In the haziness of her thoughts, she heard someone calling.
誰
Who is it?
そこにいるの
Who's there?
また
Did I see the future
未来
again?
を見てしまったの
The blurry figure turned sideways towards her, lips moving slightly as if telling her something. It kind of looks like Sela. It's weird. Yeah, she's got a gigantic scythe. That is definitely Sela.
あなたは誰
Who are you? What are you trying to tell
何を
me?
伝えようとしてるの
As if aware of the girl's state, the figure shook their head, then faded out of focus.
待ってせめて
Wait,
顔
at least
だ
let
け
me
で
see
も
your face. Is that a tease at an upcoming battle suit, possibly?
ここはどこ
What is this place? What happened?
何
After temporary confusion, she came to her senses and remembered everything that had happened before she was caged in that dream.
だから今は逆
Am I in my own
自
dream
分
now?
の夢の中に
I can't believe there's nothing here.
そうだよ
Well, the way I moved about
疑似
in the
時間
pseudotime
結晶
crystal
から生まれた
is
私
close to
の
how
行動の
humans
仕
dream.
方はだから
So, even if I'm trapped in a dream, I'm incapable of dreaming new things.
だって
After all, I'm just a recorder, not a creator of stories.
それより
Rather than dwelling on this, I'd better find a way out.
メイちゃんたち
I wonder how May and the others are doing. But according to the future I saw earlier, they should have gotten out safely.
未来だと
Doesn't feel right. Have I forgotten something
何
important?
か暗い
So dark. I can't see
ま
anything.
まじゃ
How do I get out of
何も見え
here?
ないどうやって脱出すればいいの何
What?
誰が
Did someone do something just now?
偶然かな
Is it a coincidence? I'd better hurry up and find the exit.
Yep.
Oh, this is really cool
私の
looking.
夢って
So this is what my
こん
dream
な
looks
風に
like.
なってるんだ
What's this?
どうして
How?
よし
Keep on
続けて進
moving.
もう広い
So empty.
私
Is
の
it because
存
my
在に関
existence
わ
is
る
not tied to any
物語
story?
がないからかな本当に
This
悲
is
しい
such a
発
sad
見だね
discovery. Strange. There's an obstacle here too.
あれどういうこと
What's going on? Is she in the spiritual atom as well? Not good.
全然心当
I'm
たり
not making any progress.
このままじゃ
How long will I be stuck
いつま
here
で
if things
閉じ
continue
込め
in
ら
this
れた
way?
ままでいればいいんだろう
Huh.
早く
I have to get out of here as soon as
ここを離れない
possible.
と
I don't get it. Was I supposed to give a hint? Did I make a mistake?
おかしいよ
Odd.
なんで
Why are Honkai beasts here?
妖怪獣がいるのかなこれは私の夢じゃ
Isn't
な
this
かった
place a dreamland of mine?
まあいい
Never mind. There's no time to ponder. Battle comes first.
戦おう。 一体
Just who?
まあいいや。
Never mind. It's better to focus on finding the
引き続
exit.
き出口を探そう。どっちへ進
Which
もうか
way
な。
should we go? Is this some weird like breaking the fourth wall type deal?
働いたかも
I have a curious hunch right now. No. This is more like someone is speaking directly to my consciousness.
意識に話しかけてるみたい。この先が出
The
口。
exit is ahead, right?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
さっきからずっと。
You've been guiding me since
あ
earlier.
なたはずっ
You've
と
been watching us, right?
私たちのことを見てる。わかりやすいヒ
The
ン
hint
ト
is
だったしね
obvious.
私の存在のあり
And
方
besides, my existence is different. I could sense the anomalies of this world.
よりかそれで
If I may ask,
あなたが
are you
時
time?
間なの？私が見たのはあなたの目に映る
Was it the
物語
so-called story that I saw?
誕生した瞬間から
From the moment of birth, the world I see has been divided into countless parallel times. In the boundless time, I experienced countless pasts and futures. I witnessed countless similar stories. Those stories were of varied lengths. Some were fleeting, like the blink of an eye. Others were lasting, flowing into the distant future. The only constant was me, watching those stories, and the futures they held. It's only recently that I've realized that these times exist because of someone. With each of them that joins, a new cycle is created. They, like me, have witnessed the beginning and end of the story, and desire to look further into the future. Every choice of theirs would rewrite the story slightly, reflecting themselves. Is that person you? Or should I say, you all?
なの？やっぱりね。
As expected.
こんにちは。
Hello, beginning and end of
時間
time,
の起点と終点
and the source of all
全て
stories.
の物語の起源。まさか
I did not expect to meet you in such a fashion.
今まではずっ
Until
と
now,
物語
I have only
の
been
続き
a
に
witness
そ
of
して
stories,
数えきれない
wandering between the
ほどの
countless
過去と未来の
possibilities of the
可能
past
性の
and
間
the
を
future.
さまよってきた。でも、そう
But I
いっ
never
た
thought
全
that a
て
day
の
would
創造者
come
に
when
会
I
え
would
る
meet
思って
the
もいなかった。
creator of all this.
本当に
What a moving scene.
そして今
And now, since you guys have
あなたたち
appeared
が
here,
ここに現れた
this means the future that I saw is within reach,
私
right?
が見たあの未来はもう
I knew it.
彼女たち
No
の
one would turn a
物語
blind
を
eye
見
after
て
knowing their story.
見て見ぬふだって
That was quite a long story after all.
美しい何も知らなか
The
った
wide-eyed
少女
girls stumbled along,
つまずき
and
な
through
がら
laughter and tears, they grew
数えきれない
into
ほどの
reliable
笑顔と
Valkyries.
涙を経験しお疲れ様
It really makes me want to say, good job, you're the best, to them.
そして
And I want to tell them,
こう伝えたいうんそうだね
yes,
どうやら
it
私はやっ
seems
ぱり
I really am
あ
a
なたの
life
ために生まれた
that was
命
born because of you.
ありがとう
Thank you. The long story of you and me has finally come to my mind. At the end of the long and winding road appeared a light like a guide in a foggy dream. In her hazy thoughts, she heard an echo of the future again. That was really, really cool to see, the breaking the fourth wall sequence with Ai-chan. But unlike before, the mechanical girl knew where this echo came from. She knew that as long as that person reached out to her, time will synchronize again, be it for that person or for herself. And so, she fervently grabbed that ray of light. As gently as she could, she gripped the person's wrist.
ありがとう
Thank you.
今度は
It's your turn to
あ
guide me
なたが
now.
私をあなたは
It's you!
あの時漁師の海
From that time in the Sea of Quanta.
どいて
Move! What are you?
もう一人の
The other Sele. We meet for the first time. You're keen to have sense that I don't belong here.
あなたの
Hello,
勘は
John. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. But there's no need to worry. I have no ill intent. I sent your calls to me, and that is why I'm here. It was also because of your calling that helped free me from the imprisonment of a dream. So as repayment, I am happy to help you. Oh, yes, Teresa, she... It is alright. I have seen everything related to her in the dream. She will be fine, but she doesn't need help. Come, let's go together to finish her unfinished business. The space in front of them seemed distorted and abstract, like a dissolving soap bubble. There's no need to be afraid. This is just a little hitchhiking method. Unfortunately, it can only be used in the imaginary space and can't be of much help to you. Oh, I'm doing alright. I'm feeling a lot better. Finally over our, like, everlasting sickness and finally having a little bit of spare time to actually start up a live stream because I have so much stuff to catch up on. It is good to finally actually start tackling it, but thank you very much for asking. I appreciate it. As everything before them returned to normal, they were back in the space where they had parted ways with Teresa. Thank you, thank you. The aggressive Honkai beasts were nowhere to be seen, and a small figure lay nearby. Teresa! Sally rushed forward and helped the weakened girl up from the ground. Phew. It looks like she just fainted. A faint flame was dancing quietly at her chest. Even while unconscious, Teresa had her arms slightly folded, carefully protecting the flame in front of her chest. Although it had become as weak as a candle flame, it still burned steadily, as if it would never be extinguished. Good job, Teresa. Leave the rest to us. Yeah, I heard that this is a very boring chapter and nothing really substantial happens. Apparently it's just, you know, a filler chapter or something. There's like nothing crazy or nothing that happens at the end of it. I don't know why there was a lot of thumbnails of videos of people crying and stuff like that. But I don't really know what's going to happen because I've avoided all spoilers and all that stuff. But right here, it's a pretty lackluster chapter. But I said I'll try to get through it anyways. The mechanical girl held her hand out in the flame. The moment she touched the flame, several faint glows floated away from behind Teresa. They were human dreamlands that Sele could not take away, and they were left behind. Even though you've exhausted yourself, you're still protecting these human dreamlands. That's great. You did it. Even though they cannot sense it, their instincts and their desire for the future will eventually bring new miracles to this world. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Chapter 35 is just a build-up chapter. It's, I thought it was just a complete side story or something, and, you know, nothing substantial is going to happen at all, so I'll have to wait and see, I guess, once I finally get to the end of it. Just like these powers they gave to me. The shadow in her hand started burning fiercely, almost bright enough to illuminate the entire dream space. I mean, I've had my thoughts and theories about what is going to happen for quite a while now. I mean, like, months upon months I've had my predictions. I don't know. I really honestly don't know for certain or how things unfold, but I have a feeling, especially with all the thumbnails, everybody reacting to certain scenes and stuff like that there, which, again, I have no idea what they revolve around, but I have an idea. So I'm fully expecting something bad to happen, but we'll wait and see. I avoided everything like the plague, so that way I could try to maintain some semblance of legitimacy and not be phony when it comes to actually reacting to stuff, so I'm doing my best for you guys. Meanwhile, at the Salt Lake base, the surveillance instruments let out a loud roar, and the usually organized laboratory was thrown into chaos. Mophead! We did it! Hurry! Contact Kiana and the others in the imaginary space. The coordinates of the cocoon of Finality have been confirmed. And again, I also haven't seen like a graduation trip or any of that stuff. I literally avoided everything. I didn't even go and watch the whole documentary that they put out today, none of that stuff. Avoid everything. Through the countless samsaras, humans had found the cocoon's whereabouts for the first time. Those passive existences who looked upon the world from a higher dimension, what would they think of this unprecedented change? But rather than those intangible existences... Hello? Hello? Do you hear me? Little ones, on hold! An energetic voice suddenly sounded in their heads and instantly lifted their waning spirits. They had taken turns to deal with the waves of enemies surging from the chaos since they received instructions to be on standby and had rested here for a rather long time. Senti! Not so loud. My head hurts. Sorry. Are you alright? What could possibly happen to me? Alright, it's time to get to the real business. Get ready. Don't tell me. Yeah, you guys have already decided which one of you should step forward, right? No delays. We don't have much time. The Herrscher sentience did not say it explicitly, but at the moment, the three of them could not possibly have misunderstood the incoming task. They had finally located the cocoon after much difficulty, and the final decision they needed to make was... which one of them was to face the cocoon and become an artificial Herrscher of Finality? Well, I don't know. One just became the Herrscher of Truth, one just became the Herrscher of Origin. Jeez, I don't know. Maybe one of those ones should go and face the cocoon. Because they need to have 3 Herrscher powers. Right? Whatever the case, this was at least a better approach than fusion surgeries and other methods. And so, after a short spell of silence, someone spoke. No problem, Herrscher Sentience. We will do this together. Since Kevin can harness the power of Finality, who can say for sure that there can only be one Herrscher of Finality? As long as our consciousness is connected to each other, it should not matter how many people share the Herrscher authority. If it truly is necessary to concentrate everything onto one person, then I will step up. But we have always been a team. If possible, we hope to do it together. Sure, I don't mind either way. Sharing the authority or linking consciousness spaces, it makes no difference to the Herrscher sentience. So, in brief, what exactly do you girls plan to do? Don't tell me you're going to spend an hour or 2 on deep fusion. The clock is ticking. That won't be necessary. From the experience we had recently, we only need to achieve a similar status to when we fought the Herrscher of Dominance. To be more specific, Kiana will be the bridge connecting everyone. Only this time, apart from the 3 of us, we need someone other than Fuhua. We need you, Herrscher Sentience. That's right, stroke that ego. Whatever. As I said, time is ticking. Who'd be the first? Other than the Herrscher of Origin, is there any better choice? It was as if they had discussed it at length. All the noises around died down. What is the authority of Origin? The first Herrscher of Human clearly did not want to explain it with words. Leave the theories and facts to the textbooks. As our successors, follow the trails of our lives and the marks of our souls to find your answers. Perhaps, at that time, Raiden Mei had not fully assimilated these words. But at this moment, her intuitive move had proven everything. Kiana, hold this blade and close your eyes. Next, you only need to do what you wish. I'll take care of the rest. Before the girl could straighten everything out, she stepped into a strange realm. Above her head were a beautiful night sky and sparkling stars. Under her feet was the cool water surface, a reflection of fantasy. It was a sight she had never seen before. It was as if all the beauty of the human heart had gathered here. Following the gentle guidance of her beating heart, she dove deeper into the sea of stars. Time seemed to have stopped. During her journey, she saw the entirety of the human or herscher of origin. At the end of her journey, she understood the true nature of the herscher of thunder. And when the fantasy realm dissolved and her body became almost formless, she too, once again, came to understand Raiden Mei. It happened of itself, in a calm way, that in the evening night time follows day. And it was the same with how things ended. How do you feel? It was magical. It was like retracing the steps you'd taken and experiencing the feelings you had. I'm asking you how you feel right now. I'm great, of course. I feel 101 times stronger than before. That's nothing. If it were me, Kiana would be 1,001 more times stronger now. A typical sentience. Does the number of times even matter? Herscher sentience. Haven't you said that time is running out? Kiana, let's get straight to it. They were poisons so subtle. Poisons? Yeah, okay. I read that right. I was kind of like, what? Did it mean poisies? Or I don't know. They were poisons so subtle that to know their properties, one had to sicken of them. There were maladies so strange that one had to pass through them if one sought to understand their nature. These were the words Bronya saw in one of Dr. Einstein's books. Its author wrote mad things unfailingly, but if one read closely, they would begin to make sense. People say that you must look straight into chaos to master the way of observation. So I shut my eyes. People say that you must be the first to put in silence to know how to listen. So I cut off the noise. Or cut out the noise, you know. People say that you must live in the present to understand the future. So I keep my feet firmly on the ground. People say that you must first deprive yourself of everything to gain everything. So I make changes. It's done, Kiana. Huh? What? Are you surprised that the nature of a herscher of reason is so simple? Simple? More like empty. The herscher of reason's power is more like a castle floating in the air. Celestia reference? No. Just like mathematics. Proving that 1 + 1 = 2 is nothing more than repeating the definition of natural numbers. The herscher of reason only inherited the logic of civilization's evolution. So, to the other herschers, nothing actually happens if the power of the herscher of reason becomes theirs, because it is a miracle belonging to mortals. But, never mind. You've already received Bronya's powers, and that's enough. So, it's my turn now. That's right. If Kiana can fuse successfully with the herscher of sentience, half of all the herscher's power will be interconnected. Which is to say, other herscher powers... Yes, maybe we will have to take them on one by one to harness them. No one can be sure what the cocoon has up its sleeves. Huh? Are you all idiots? Alright. Just don't move about, Kiana. After that, the three heard no more from the herscher of sentience. Her silence was as abrupt as her voice. These are... It's finished. I was even able to do an instant teleportation. Instant transmission. So, how does it feel, Kiana? Do you feel 1,000 times more powerful now? You mean, our powers have integrated successfully? Of course. Bronya thought that Kiana had integrated quickly, but the herscher of sentience was even quicker. I could have done it even faster. And I think Raiden Mei should know why. Because this place is a giant web that's woven out of billions of consciousness. And you happen to be the herscher of consciousness. Huh? Raiden Mei, are you playing dumb? You're the one that gave me a ride, and now you're asking me how I got here? What? If your herscher power isn't integrating with all the other herscher powers, then why did they, whom you were discussing earlier, attack us from all directions? Whoa!
ここは
This place is
駅
a subway station.
メイ姉さんは
Hey,
この場所を
are you
知ってるん
familiar
で
with this
すか
place? Didn't she just obtain the authority of origin through the space? Sorry, there's no more privacy here for your thoughts when the authority and the Hersher of sentience are bound together.
式の律
Hersher of sentience. I can explain it myself.
ここは
This place should be related to me, or should I say, related to the Hersher of
関
origin.
係があるのこの前
Earlier, it was the beacon that led me here when I was pursuing the back door, but what just happened to us was the complete opposite.
まだ探してな
It
いの
appeared in front of us on its own before we could investigate.
終焉の眉の
Given that the cocoon of finality's signal has been exposed, this might mean that
私たち
we, or someone
あ
among
るいは
us,
この中の誰かが
should be one step away from becoming the Hersher of finality.
あと一歩のところに来て
Isn't it obvious? I just said that different Hersher powers were coming from all directions. Raiden May, you really don't know?
起源の権
It's
能が
true.
一体
I don't know
何
what the
なのか
power of origin is
本
referring
当に
to.
まだわからない
I'm just acting on
ただ
instinct,
直感で動いて
and the result is what you see.
結果
でも
But
うま
aren't
く
things going
い
so
くんじゃない
or too smoothly?
過去の敵の
I thought we'd have to go through a lot more battles and find enemy Hersher cores to gather the powers. I felt the same, but judging from the current situation, perhaps our understanding of Hersher's nature is still seriously off.
待って
Wait, if that's true,
この
haven't we made a big
もし
mistake?
かしたらミスってたんじゃない覚えてる
Remember,
最初
right at the beginning,
私たち
we were
は
all
ある
chasing
エネル
after a
ギーを
certain
追って
energy.
進んでた
Now that I think about it,
今思い返せ
the
ば
energy that May was
私
chasing
たちが追ってたエネル
and
ギ
we
ー
were
は
chasing wasn't the
メイ
same.
先輩のものと
Seems like it.
今考えて
In
みれば
hindsight, we were chasing Kevin's shadow, and you guys were chasing Origin,
ケビン
which is me.
の陰で
だから
So,
一
it
部の
wasn't just
出来
dumb
事
luck.
は
願えば叶う
But faith
って
and
話だから
sincerity.
ね現状を
I
変え
want to change things, to hurry and connect with you, to help Kiana, to make the impossible possible.
深小さな願い
It is everything small but it is every small but sincere wish that gives me power and allows me to keep moving forward.
その願いを
And if
一箇所に
these
集め
wishes
れば
are gathered in one place,
もしかしたら
then maybe they can
権能にな
become
るのか
power.
もしれないわ
もし本当にそうなっ
If
た
that
ら
is true,
ロマン
this
ス
should be
の
called the
権能を
authority of
超えるべき
romance,
だね
right? You guys, we're right here, man. Get a room. Perhaps I need to cool you down right now. Sheesh.
式の律者
Hersher sentience. What happened? I don't know. Can you still see May and Bronya? I can't see anyone anymore.
誰も見えなくなったみんなと連絡が取れる
Can you reach them? Don't move. Close your eyes. Phew. You guys are lucky. Kiana!
先輩
Hey, Bronya. I'm fine.
私は大丈夫でも一体
But
何が
what
あ
in
っ
the
たの
world happened?
わからない
I don't know.
推測
If I have to
すると
guess, maybe the power of the cocoon has already started to take effect.
キアナちゃんはま
Are
だ
you still in the subway station from earlier?
そうだよ
Yes. No, you're not. No, you're not. That might mean that the cocoon of finality chose you on its own, Kiana.
でもここには
But all that's here with me now is just fog. What do I do now?
どう
式の律者
Hersher sentience.
ちょっと手伝って
Will you do us a favor? I'll keep my end of the deal. Just say it.
ありがとう
Good.
今感じたんだけど
Now, I can still sense that the wills and powers of all the Herschers are gathering where Kiana is.
集まっているようなのそれを見分けて
I hope you can
そ
screen
の
them
中に潜む危険を
and remove any
排除してほしい
potentially dangerous parts. This is like asking me to fight the consciousness of several Herschers on my own.
できないなら無理は
I won't force you if you can't do it,
それでも
but Bronya and I will still do our best to project our consciousness there and at least help Kiana stabilize the space. Hey, you're not taking me seriously, are you? dealing with the consciousness of some dead herschers. Even the ones alive like you guys can't stand up to me, okay? That's the spirit. But projecting your consciousness in this situation, wouldn't it be dangerous? It will happen, whether by our choice or not. This fog seems to be screening all the herschers except you. In the end, we are likely to be reabsorbed by it. Or, you've already found a way to harness the power of finality, and don't need our help now. I got it. If it falls on my shoulders to make everyone Kevin's equal, I won't say no to helping, or any helping hand. I've been waiting for you to say that. Kiana, let's first help you dispel some of the fog in front of you. But doing that might temporarily break the connection between us. Yeah, you have to be prepared, Kiana. Here we go. The fog. It did dwindle slightly. May? Bronya? Herscher sentience. Alright. I think it's Kiana's turn. The authority. Is it from the Herscher corruption? I see. I was once defeated by the Herscher of origin. I understand your wish, Herscher of corruption. We will prove to you what sort of things are worth existing forever and can exist forever. It's alright. This is the opportunity that everyone did their best to create for me. It's not just this time. From over 10 years ago, from the time I met Dad, I've already been treading this path. This is the battlefield where the three of us fought a Herscher head-on for the first time. Also a stage of tragedy. Wendy, what have you failed to tell Bronya back then? She knows now. We all know you're a gentle and strong soul. Oh shit, so I'm actually gonna have to like bump into each and every single one of the Herschers? Is that what's going on here? Everything we do now is precisely because everyone's happiness is more important than the Herscher's powers. It kind of makes sense, right? The Herscher of Origin, I had to meet all the Flame Chasers and go through that entire sequence with May. What a familiar sight. So now I'm actually going through and meeting all of the Herschers. It's your thing, isn't it? Even though I could not persuade you, but at that time, you told me to follow the path of my choice. You only cared about the outcome. I don't think that is all of it, but the result does have an important meaning. The flowers do smell good. Damn it, man! Come on, why you gotta do this to me? Mom. Cecilia. Oh, that's brutal. Nagazora. I met May here, and Bronya. Happy things, sad things, there were many. When everything's over, I'll go back to Nagazora with them. Maybe at that time, the city would have revived with a different look.
ここは
Here.
メイ先輩とお姉ちゃん
May and my sister witnessed the story
見届けた
together.
物語だよね。運命のいたずらに翻弄された
To all
人
the
たち
people played by fate,
安らか
please
な
rest in
眠りを
peace.
たとえ悲劇が避け
Even
ら
if
れないものだと
tragedies
して
are
も
inevitable, we will fight to our last breath.
ずっと戦い続けていく。あ、大巨山
Oh,
だ。
it's Mount Taishuan.
いろいろあったけど、
After going through so much, Herschers Sentience is our partner
もうすっかり
now.
頼もしい仲間だよね。
That question you
ずっと
used to
引きずってる
struggle with.
問題はもう答えを探す必要
There's
は
no
ない
need
でし
to
ょ。
look for an answer anymore, right?
あんたは不可じゃない。
You are not Fuhua,
不可になる必要なんてないん
because you don't
だ
need
か
to
ら。
become her.
「この扉の裏は
Behind this door,
ここなんだね。
here. Ah, shit, man. You're not really gonna make me relive this, are you?
どんどん近くなっていま
The
す。
cocoon of finality is getting closer. Himiko's sword?
心配しないで。
No need to worry.
キアナちゃんはもう
Kiana has long stopped being a child who could only follow. I love that. I love that she just threw her sword down next to Himiko's. What a great touch.
今のあなたは他人を照らす
You're
炎。
now a flame illuminating others.
耐えられない過去も
Otto, holy shit, dude.
あなたの力にしかあり
Oh
ませ
my
ん。
god. Heck yes. She got a 5-star. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
準備はいい？キアナちゃん。次は本当に終点です。
I love that they have literally all of everybody just supporting her alongside her. Oh my god, dude. No way. This is perfect. All the flashes of all the different scenes throughout the journey. And here we are, the Herscher of Finality. With her friends alongside perfection. What a great scene. This is like stunning. What do I even do? I don't want to run towards it. I want to run away. Oh my god, man. This visual. That is certainly a cocoon. After stepping into the clear light, the girls finally reached the cocoon of Finality, and also arrived in front of him. He didn't say a word, but still a question echoed in their minds. It reminded May of when she faced the will of Honkai, but this was different. Who are you? Not you, Raiden May. Not you, Bronya Zacic. I am Kiana Kaslana, an ordinary Valkyrie. I am also K423, a test subject created by Otto. I can also be considered an extension of Siren. Of course, along with those, I am also Siegfried's daughter, Teresa's niece, Durandal's younger sister, Himiko's student, and a friend of May, Bronya, Fuhua, and others. And also, Kevin's descendant. Why did you come? Are you asking about the reason? Or what I wish for? A long, long time ago, I wished to find my dad. At St. Freya, I wish to become the strongest S-rank Valkyrie. For a time after I left school, I wish I could turn back time. Now, my wish is to bring this imperfect story closer to perfection. Just like how humanity learned to make fire, cook food, and defend themselves against predators, to solve the problem facing us, to make our wishes come true, I came here. But, to put it in perspective, be it fire or the power of Finality, they will eventually become part of people's daily lives and bring them one step closer to the future. That's why I came, to become a lightning bolt that strikes the tree. And as for what humanity can create from the kindling, we're yet to find out. Why do you want to do this? Didn't expect you to get a series of whys. Frankly speaking, anyone that acts won't bother much about these questions, or about this question, because the answer is always within their reach. Because this world raised me. Because before me, there were people who fought, or who kept moving forward. I don't know where I got fought out of it. Who kept moving forward to better the world and to spread happiness. They taught me to be determined and persistent. They gave me the courage to forge ahead. They taught me what love was and what beauty was. And it was them who've been there for me all along. There are some of them whom I've never met or had the chance to know well, but they've all helped me, one way or another. So even if it's not me standing here today, there will surely be someone else on their behalf. Someone who shares the same conviction with me. The world gave us life, but only by burning it can we get our own value. There was a brief silence. Then he asked the last question. Of course. He took a step forward, smiling without any reply. And the moment he stood still, something rushed into the body, resonating through the mind. I knew it. You were just a mirror. Or should I say, you are me. Facing my true self. Is this what I need to do to qualify for Finality? Seems we are finally on the same footing as Kevin. Though his method was close to stealing, the cocoon still recognized him and expected to see a winner between us.
私たちの中から勝者それなら
So, we've got to win with style.
見せなきゃ
もちろん
Of course, after all, we are just like Kevin, each representing our own era.
様々な偶然
Because of many coincidences, compared with ordinary people, we have taken one step further and come to the spotlight.
私たちは律
We
者
did become herschers, but we are still human.
人間のままなのこれからしなければならない
What we need to do next is to carry through the
門
human
番との最後の戦い
will to the end, and fight the final battle with the Guardian.
人間は真理を求める
Humanity is a truth-seeking species. Every person grows in the search for
成
truth.
長していきます確かに
Yes, we make mistakes, and we take wrong steps.
見ても人類の
But that's exactly where the human will
ここ
shine.
に現れるのです過ちを犯しても
If we make a mistake, we correct it. If we take the wrong way, we turn around. Past sins cannot be undone.
過去の罪を今を生きてい
But
る
as long as we are living in the present, we can build a future.
起源はある種
Origin is an end,
終焉も
and finality
ある
is a
種
beginning.
始まり
真理でも
What we hold true may be proven false someday,
真理を求め
but,
る
it,
過程
but
こ
the
そ
pursuit of truth never ends.
これは
This is not a game between Kevin and us.
これは人類
It's
全体
humanity's
の
fight against fate,
運命に
過去から引き継ぎ
from the past
今を乗り越
through the present
え未来に至る
to the future. Quite the speech. Quite the speech. Jeez, dude. Well, at least we're all geared up and ready to go now, right? The world had flipped open a new page, and the Earth's destiny would soon experience unprecedented changes. But before that, there must be someone to recall the past, recall the beginning of everything. For example, a story.
私がかつて読んだ
Among the
夢の
dream
中に
spaces I have witnessed, there was one such a scene. There was once such a scene. It was a sunny morning in a park. A boy who wanted to become a writer and a girl who wanted to be a protagonist were making up a story.
芝生で男の子は
The boy thought for a long time and wrote the start of the story with much difficulty, but he did not know how the protagonist would take the next step, so he asked,
もし
If you were trapped in a dark cave right now, how would you get out?
どうやって脱出する女の子は
The girl said, I'd cry for help so people can hear me and come save me.
そして男の子は
The boy then asked, What if it was dark and no one was
それ
around?
が夜で女の子は
The girl paused and
少し
said,
考えて
Then I'd make a torch and walk out of there on my own.
それはうまくいき
The
そう
boy
だな
muttered that it would be too easy.
男の子は
So he set up a new obstacle for the girl based on the story he had
自
read.
分が読んだ物語を真似てもし
What if a huge dragon is lying at the mouth of the cave, he asked.
そうしたら
Then I will burn its bottom with fire when it's asleep. The girl waved the branch in her hand, looking lively. I just have to spook it and make it move aside so I can go home.
驚いてどいてくれたら男の子は
The boy was surprised and said, I thought you were
女
gonna...
の子は
The girl answered earnestly, I'm not like that. It wasn't a dragon that got me trapped, was it?
洞窟に閉じ込めたのはそれに
And the
もし
cave
かしたら
might
その洞窟は
actually be a dragon's
その子
home.
の家なのかもしれないし男の子は物思い
Boy thought about it, and their game ended there.
面白いゲーム
It's an interesting game, isn't it?
でも
But everyone is different after all, and because of that, I am especially curious about one thing.
私もとても物語が
When the story is coming to its end,
ヒロインである
where the
女の子
girl is holding a torch and facing the huge dragon,
あなたは
I can't speak
彼女
anymore.
どうしてほしい
What do you want her to do? And what kind of ending would you like to see? I don't know. Surprise me.
通りの結果だね
Well, shit. I think, again, that was breaking the fourth wall a little bit. So, we did the first 10, or not, well, not 10 missions, 9 missions, I guess, and we still got some more to go. But I think 5-hour stream right now is good enough for me, considering the fact that, you know, it's been my first little return here, and I've got stuff to do as well. So... We'll probably end it on that note. I'm not really sure what to expect from anything coming up in the future because again, it's all blind. I'm going into it blind. Roughly, how long do you guys think the next portion is? Just a rough estimate of like how long because I'll probably end up getting into that at some point in the near future. I do want to complete it before version Kiana releases and all that stuff, so it will be more than likely sometime in the week coming up. So I will get around to that, and I also still have to do like Genshin stuff with Dainsleif's quest and all that stuff that I've been putting off. I don't know if I'm going to stream that though. I might actually just play it in my own time, record it, edit it, and then throw up the video of like the playthrough of that mission or something, more than likely. But I'm not sure how long this chapter is going to take, so maybe I'll just do it in another stream at some point in the near future. If you guys are watching after the fact, however, and you guys would like to, subscribe to the channel, that'd be awesome. Appreciate it. And give the video a thumbs up and all that good stuff. All of my past broadcasts will be here on the channel in my cleverly named playlist called Past Broadcasts. I know, it's original. But thanks again for hanging out with me and watching. Another 4 to 5 hours? Okay, that's not too bad. We'll be able to get around to it. But yeah, that's going to do it for this stream. Thanks again. Appreciate you guys all for watching. Hope you all have a great Sunday as of this recording. And then, yeah, we will be back very, very shortly in the near future. Thanks again. I'll see you all for the next one. Take care. Peace.